to those watching online as well. The agenda was issued Tuesday, 21st of February. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded. A video recording will be posted online shortly after the meeting. I'll introduce breaks at appropriate stages in the meeting and may vary the order of business in order to best manage the business conducted. Given the business before the council, it's possible we'll break for lunch at the appropriate point in the agenda around 1 p.m. There's tea and coffee in the room as well. If members who are attending remotely wish to speak, they should use the raise hand icon on screen, and I will ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing the debate. But at that point, it's your responsibility to ensure that you attract my attention, even if you have to cut in verbally, otherwise you may miss your chance to speak. And for those joining remotely, just ensure that your camera is on at all times. And I can ask everyone to ensure your mobiles are switched off or on silent during the meeting. And just a wee reminder, all members should be respectful and courteous to each other and to officers as per the Code of Conduct. The issue of the proposed closure of swimming pools and the school transport review are obviously of interest to members and to members of the public, but the decisions on these are not to be made at today's meeting. The Council will consider a report on the pools at the end of March. A report on the school transport review will be considered by the Education, Children and Young People Executive in May. Both have been the subject of consultation processes, and it's important to know what the outcome of those processes are before taking any decisions. We shouldn't seek to preempt those decisions by discussing the substance of either issue at this meeting. Mr. Moody will now take the said out.
Thank you, Provost. Provost Bissett.
Present.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Present.
Councillor Aitchison.
Here.
Councillor Anslow.
Present.
Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Apologies have been submitted by Councillor Brown. Councillor Buchanan.
Remote.
Councillor Bundy.
Present.
Councillor Colley.
Present.
Councillor Deacon.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Forrest.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Present.
Councillor Hannah.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Kerr.
Yep.
Councillor McCabe.
Yep.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Present.
Councillor Murtagh.
Sure.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patterson.
Present.
Councillor Patrick.
Present.
Councillor Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Ritchie.
Present.
Councillor Robertson.
Present.
Councillor Sinclair.
Present.
Councillor Spears.
Present.
And Councillor Steinbank.
Present.
Thanks, Mr. Moody. Second item of business is declarations of interest. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. So do we have any declarations of interest? No. Agenda item 3, revenue budget 2023-24 and financial strategy. And the report is by the Chief Executive and the Director of Transformation, Communities and Corporate Services, and it's pages 3 to 106 in your agenda. And I believe Mr. Lawrie will introduce the report.
Yes, thank you, Provost, and very good morning to all. I'm going to make some brief introductory comments, Provost, and then I'm going to hand over to Amanda Templeman to introduce the report more fully. First, Lynn, as a starting point, I wanted to remind members of the Best Value Assurance Report, which was published in January 2022. This explicitly set out that the Council is not in a financially sustainable position, and it was critical of the Council's failure to take difficult decisions and to work collaboratively to achieve the change required. Setting a balanced budget is a statutory requirement for the Council, and therefore the responsibility of all elected members. And dealing with the scale of the financial challenge that we have will require collaborative leadership. And that's a theme we've spoken about frequently since the elections in May of last year. Since then, of course, the financial challenge has become more acute as a result of global events and associated inflationary pressures, rising energy costs and interest rates. The cost of living pressures which are facing and affecting our communities are also impacting on the costs of running council services. As a council, we have a significant structural deficit to resolve, currently estimated to be in excess of £63 million over the next 4 years. It's also true to say there are limited tools that are available to us to deal with this. And these are the delivery of recurring savings, raising income primarily through fees and charges, and increasing council tax. The task for us is to plan and navigate our route through that challenge to get to a position of financial sustainability. It is also the case that positive steps have been taken over the last year. The development of the Council's financial strategy, the identification of some 36 million of potential savings over the next 4 years, and the fact that the Council has taken some difficult decisions in recent months to begin to bridge that structural deficit. There will be many more very challenging, difficult decisions to be made over the coming months. And as the report sets out, there is nearly 22 million of savings yet to be identified. So we are still in the early stages of addressing the scale of the task ahead of us. And as part of that, all members will need to consider the balance between raising income, particularly thinking about council tax, and making service savings. And while we rightly want to focus on transformational savings wherever we can, there is a fundamental mismatch between having a relatively low level of council tax compared to other councils and continuing to maintain higher levels of service provision. Finally, Provost, just a word about service concessions. We spoke about this at the council meeting last week, of course. The use of service concessions in 23-24 is essential and enables us to smooth the profile of savings. Of course, it does not deal with the structural deficit. And if we don't take the challenging decisions about council tax and service provision, and if we rely overly on service concessions, we will very quickly reach a financial cliff edge, perhaps 3 years from now, or even earlier. The consequences of that would be very serious for the council and for our communities. On the other hand, if we get to a position of financial sustainability, we can use the remaining service concessions to invest in our communities. And that's why the structural deficit needs to be tackled with pace and with purpose, so that we can focus our resources and efforts on delivering the council's priorities and supporting communities. And today's report, Provost, is an important part of our journey towards that. And at this point, Provost, with your agreement, I'll hand over to Amanda Temple.
Thank you, Provost. Good morning, everyone. Before I begin to cover the report, I'd firstly like to thank the team in corporate finance for all their hard work in pulling this budget together. And in particular, I'd like to thank Danny Kearney, whose detailed knowledge of the budget, systems and settlement mechanism has been invaluable. Thanks also to the wider finance teams who have worked hard to pull together a budget where there have been many moving parts, which has made the job a lot more difficult. And the teams across the council that have engaged with finance regularly and accepted the new approach to the budget, which I'll come on to say a little bit more about. And finally, to the directors and the chief executive, who have now attended more meetings on the budget than I think they ever thought possible. But their support has been excellent and very much appreciated. And pulling the budget together is very much a council-wide exercise. So I'd like to thank all the teams. There have been lots of challenging budgets in recent years, and my predecessor Brian Smale regularly warned of more challenging times to come. But I think even the events of 2022 and the impact of the economy have been significantly worse than anticipated. The budget report in March 2022 set out a 4-year gap of 52.3 million to 26-27, and that figure is now 63.7 million. So that's an increase of almost 22% over the course of the year. 23-24 itself is a very challenging budget. Officers and members are acutely aware of the financial hardship that's facing many in our communities. And at the same time, those pressure areas such as energy, food, supplies and services and interest rates are all impacting on the council. And it's clear that some of those challenges will continue for some time to come. The scale of the financial challenge, I think, is evident in some of the proposals that have been put forward to bridge the gap. And I would particularly highlight the proposals for council tax and for the payment to the IGB. In terms of council tax, the financial strategy report to the September Council recommended the adoption of a council tax strategy, which would see the council aim to reach the Scottish average council tax over the next 5 years. And the Chief Executive has already set out some of the rationale behind that approach. So that would require the council to set a tax level above the Scottish average. And council agreed in September to consider this as part of today's meeting. At the time of writing, the average council tax currently set for 23-24 is 5.4%. And that would take the average Band D council tax in Scotland to £1,420 for 23-24. And to reach that level, Falkirk Council would have to raise council tax by 11.3% in 23-24. So today's proposals represent a step on the journey to reaching the Scottish average, but there's still some way to go. And then in terms of the IGB payments, the proposed payment to the IGB, I think, is another example of where a different approach has been necessary for 23-24. Members will be aware of the proposal that funding for the 2022-23 pay award is not passed across. And it's proposed in this budget that this element of funding is not passported for 23-24 either. And I think it's important to note that's only for the 22-23 element. And the 23-24 pay award is obviously still unsettled. This is not an easy proposal to include in the budget, and I think is indicative of the challenges that the council is facing. Understandably, officers within the IGB are not in agreement with this proposal, and I think that given the financial outlook, it's inevitable that views will differ across the organisations. But I think it's important to note that the proposal was not put forward lightly and was made through an assessment of need and the resources that are available to both the IGB and the council. But it is recognised in the report that funding settlements to the IGB must be negotiated on an annual basis, and that the IGB is an area where demands are increasing. So going forward, working in partnership with officers from the IGB will be more important than ever. And the proposed payment to the IGB of £89.9 million is set out in section 5.11 of the report. So both of those proposals demonstrate the significantly different financial environment that the council is in and the more challenging decisions that members are being presented with to try and move the council to a more sustainable financial footing. If I could just turn back to the report, there's just a number of areas that I'd like to draw members' attention to. So firstly, if I look at the financial settlement, the financial settlement from the Scottish Government for both Council and IGB was slightly better than anticipated, and the Council's core grant increased by 2.3 million or 0.75 from 22-23 levels. There was the allocation of further funding streams which are set out on page 13 of the report, but much of that funding was matched by an increase in expenditure for those areas. The main points to note in respect to the financial settlement are that each council is free to set their own council tax. Empty property relief for rates is devolved from 1st of April 2023, and members have already considered a report on that at the Executive in February. Negotiations on teachers' pay for 22-23 and for all employee groups in 23-24 are ongoing, and members have been made aware of the significant difference that the pay award can make to the budget. And finally, there is an ongoing complication in terms of teacher numbers, pupil support assistants and teaching time. The Scottish Government is proposing to set criteria that funding will be dependent on, and that could potentially have impact if the criteria is not met. That doesn't impact on the 23-24 proposals that have been put forward in the budget, but it could impact on future year proposals. And negotiations are ongoing between the government and COSLA on those issues. So clearly there are some uncertainties for the year ahead, and assumptions have been made based on best information available at this time. The budget does include a 3% pay award for 23-24 with the which is funded from the council budget, with the expectation that anything above that, and we do expect it to be above that, will be funded by government. Assumptions have been made on inflation and interest rates, which will have to be closely monitored throughout the year. And I think 22-23 demonstrated the impact that these areas can have on the financial health of our communities, businesses and the council itself. Service budgets, including proposed savings, fees and charges, are set out from section 5.4 of the report. And I don't propose to go through these, but would note that my colleagues from the services are here to answer questions. But I would draw members' attention to the pressures and challenges section for each service. These are the areas that officers will have highlighted as being potentially volatile. And again, these areas will be a focus for budget monitoring going forward. Touching briefly on reserves, the February executive report noted that reserves are likely to be above the ceiling as at 31st of March 23, and the report set out the reasons for that. The reserves policy has a range of 7.5 to 11 million, with a current estimate of 13.6 million. Paragraph 5.13.4 states the preferred criteria for the use of reserves, and a table of officers' proposals is included for consideration on page 31 of the agenda. Ideally, this use of reserves would support and facilitate the delivery of change and cost reduction needed for future years. And it's also noted that there is a proposal to apply £3.4 million of COVID reserves in 23-24. Service concessions is discussed at section 5.14 of the report and reflects much of the information that members considered last week. As highlighted to members on the 23rd of February, the report recommends taking the benefits from the unity charge element, but that the decision on the prepayment element is deferred until the next financial year. And again, just to highlight that that change doesn't impact on the scale of benefits available, which remains at £71 million for the retrospective adjustment. The table in the middle of page 33 of the report shows the relationship between council tax and service concessions and reflects that a lower council tax increase would require higher use of service concessions and vice versa. But I think it is important to note the longer term implications of these options are very different. Council tax represents a recurring funding stream that will continue to flow to the council in future years. The use of service concessions will instead add to the gap in future years unless recurring savings or income are identified. And that highlights the message in the report that the council must focus on recurring ways to balance the budget. Whilst the use of service concessions buys time and allows the council to reprofile the budget gap, it does not fundamentally address the structural deficit that the Chief Executive has referred to. Section 5.16 of the report focuses on the budget consultation exercise, which ran from mid-December to early February. That consultation exercise included a range of introductory information to try and better explain how the council's budget works, where money is spent, etc. And it also asked a series of high-level questions on budget priorities, allocation of resources, council tax increases, and the budget survey in general. And the report includes some extracted pieces of information that will be of interest to members, although a link has been provided to the full detailed responses. Workforce is discussed in more detail in section 5.17, and the budget proposals for 23-24 include the reduction of employee numbers by 66.6 full-time equivalents. All of those reductions relate to either operational savings or savings that have already been approved, and there are no reductions for members' approval today. But it's important to note there's no compulsory redundancies, and all of those reductions can be met through voluntary means. In terms of turning to the financial strategy and the Council, the future elements, I mentioned earlier the changes to the budget process for 22-23, which in part reflect the very challenging financial environment. During 22-23, a number of decisions have been brought to members with a financial impact, which are reflected in the budget report as approved savings. In previous years, that type of approach may not have worked, as it may have been expected that the financial position would improve by the time the budget was considered. But it's now evident that the next few years will continue to be difficult, and that as a council we need to make sure we're planning well ahead. The benefit of bringing decisions to members in advance of the budget meeting has been evident in a number of ways. More detailed reports have been presented to members rather than an option simply being one of many in the budget book. There has been improved opportunity for debate and discussion. There has been more effective use of staff resource through bringing proposals throughout the course of the year, and it's provided some more certainty for the budget setting process. Given the enormity of the financial challenge ahead and the benefits from this approach, members should expect to receive service proposals with budget implications throughout the financial year in 23-24. As the Chief Executive has already said, at this time the budget gap for the next 4 years stands at 63.7 million, and savings have been identified of around 36.4 million. If we assumed an annual council tax rise of 5%, that would mean that even if members accepted all the savings presented, there would be a gap of 21.7 million. Clearly, the council remains in an unsustainable financial position. It's important that members understand that there's a need to balance the budget on a recurring basis. That means matching expenditure to income each year, and the main tools available to do that, as the Chief Executive has already mentioned, are council tax, fees and charges, and reducing spend. Other mechanisms such as reserves and service concessions are non-recurring and don't address that structural deficit. And officers will therefore have to continue to identify and develop proposals to bring before members for approval. To support this work, the Council the Future programme has been reviewed, and as far as possible the Council needs to identify changes to how it delivers services, which will ideally benefit service users and at the same time deliver financial efficiencies. But such projects are difficult to identify and can be challenging and complex to deliver. Changes to the governance process were approved by Executive last year, and revised reporting arrangements are being developed and introduced. However, alongside this, it will be essential that services continue to identify new opportunities to deliver services in a different way. In conclusion, whilst a balanced budget has been presented for 23-24, the future remains exceptionally challenging. Services are facing significant pressure through increased demand, reducing budgets, a drive for savings and efficiencies, and the identification of transformative and new ways of working. So the asks are considerable. However, the Council's biggest asset is its employees, who are dedicated to the jobs that they do and the service users they support. The Council budget for 23-24 totals 427 million, and it will be used to provide a wide range of important services that are valued by our communities. By working in partnership, we can increase the opportunities to change how we deliver services effectively and efficiently. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms Templeman, for that very concise report, your first budget report, and well done. And thanks to your teams for pulling everything together. I know it's been an emotional roller coaster, but here we are. And we'll now go to Councillor Meiklejohn, but I'll just say normally it's 8 minutes for moving a motion, and but the budget meeting kind of exceptional, so we'll a wee bit of latitude there. So We'll go to Councillor Michael John and then we'll open up for discussion, but we'll go to the group leaders to give their view as well. So Councillor Michael John.
Thank you, Provost, and I appreciate the latitude as it is the budget meeting and that there's a considerable amount to cover in this. But I just want to start by giving my thanks to Amanda Temple and her team, and also to Kenneth Laurie, the Chief Executive, and the wider senior management team for all the work that's taken place, not just in the last few weeks, but over the last year on our budget and the financial strategy. This has been the most challenging financial environment to manage with so many moving parts. And looking to the context in which we are operating in, the impact of global events over the last year in particular, such as the war in Ukraine, has meant that the financial challenges are now even greater. But there's also been policy decisions taken at national level that have added to that. While we've seen an increase in the Scottish Block grant from the UK Government, the reality is that the increase will not even cover the inflationary pressures that's been felt by us all. The economic reality is that following a shambolic mini-budget by the UK Government, record increases in inflation, huge increases in construction inflation, rising energy bills and wage bills, councils, like every other public sector body, are facing huge challenges. Scotland's reliance on Westminster for the vast majority of its resources means that the Scottish Government is financially restricted as financially restricted as local government in having a finite budget, and both have limited levers to assist our communities as we would want at this time of need. Public sector funding is very volatile right now. The Scottish Government has a finite budget without proper borrowing powers. They have to provide a balanced budget at the end of each year, as do councils. Public sector pay continues to be an issue and will continue to be so for some time. The reality being that more has to be spent on pay, the less that's available to deliver services, and will mean a reduction in staff without more money in the system. With the financial climate set to remain volatile, undoubtedly this is the most challenging financial outlook that councils have ever experienced. Focus on recovery from COVID-19 has been overtaken, with much of the Scottish Government focus for additional funding right now going to mitigate the impacts of costs of living created by Westminster's austerity agenda into health and social care for very good reason. As a result, there is less available to cover the rest of the policy areas. Local government has, however, seen an increase in funding by over 700 million. Much of the additional funding has been for specific purposes, including pay. The cost of living crisis squeezing households across the country is also having an impact on council finances. Soaring costs of energy prices to heat and power our schools and public buildings, as well as the need to increase staff pay to help them cope with the impact of inflation, has added to the financial pressures that Falkirk Council is currently facing. And we see a £25 million gap that needs to be bridged for this year, but also the need to address our longer term financial sustainability. Over the next 4 years, Falkirk Council has to find £63 million worth of savings, the largest gap being this year. The reasons for the gap are complex, some of which are external, over which we have no direct influence. However, as cited in the Best Value Audit Report, our current financial position has been evolving over the last 10 years plus, with elected members' unwillingness to take difficult decisions and over-reliance on use of financial reserves to bridge budget gaps for a sustained period. This, coupled with the impacts of Brexit, which is a cost of £64 million to the Falkirk Council area, COVID-19, Ukraine, increased costs of goods and supplies, increased energy costs, costs of living, as well as having below the average council tax, being the 5th lowest in mainland Scotland, a position we've held since 2011 when the council tax freeze was introduced. This administration has found this whole process the most complex and challenging ever, and the decisions we've had to make have not been out of choice, but because we have to in order to provide a balanced budget and work towards a financial strategy that will give sustainability and stability to the council. Falkirk has seen an increase in its revenue budget to £427 million, which is an increase of £22 million for 22-23. Much of the additional funding is specifically to support staff pay, and 60% of our budget is staff related. In meeting our budget obligations, it has been required a fine balance between savings and council tax, and we've tried to minimise the impacts wherever possible, but with the magnitude of the savings to be found, it will not be possible to do so without some significant changes in the services we deliver and the way we deliver them. We've tried to protect wherever possible areas such as education, social work and health and social care, with that taking up 2/3 of our budget. However, this has not been entirely possible to do with the levels of savings we've had to make. For this year, we have, however, met the terms set out by the Education Cabinet Secretary in relation to teacher numbers, support staff and probationers. However, continuing to be able to do that in future years will be difficult while continuing to deliver a balanced budget. Therefore, early discussions on how sustainable this position is with Scottish Government is required. Because of the magnitude of the budget gap and the impact of the levels of savings that are being required, there's been several reports brought to members in the years for policy decisions that will positively impact on the 23-24 budget. Also maximising the ability for full year savings and enabling a much more information and scrutiny by members prior to taking decisions. While much of the focus has been on cuts to service, it's important to remember that there is still £500 million of spending on Falkirk Council area on our communities. 249 million spent on children's services, which covers education in early years, which is the largest spend area within the council, and children's social work services, which includes 6 million in sports and fitness. Police services, 37 million, with 5.6 on roads and cleansing, and 12 million on waste and 1.7 on street lighting and 1.2 on bus subsidies. Transformation in communities and corporate services is 40 million, which includes 3 million on maintaining all our libraries across the district and developing as a hub for our communities. The administration have accepted all the additional savings within the officers' proposals, with the exception of school-based officers. These officers are valued by both schools and our local policing team, and to lose them at this time, having built up such good relationships with the young people and other council services, would have wide-ranging impacts on our communities and indeed our young people. We must align our spending in line with council's agreed priorities. These are detailed in section 1.8. Therefore, we have targeted some of the reserves for one-off spend to support our poverty strategy and focus on maximising people's income by also increasing the household support fund by another £250,000 to help support pressed families for next winter. Having already changed the way we engage with our communities, we want to continue to foster that good relationship going forward, and we've seen the positive engagement with our communities as we're consulting on the strategic property review. That is in part due to the success of our participatory budgeting community choices programme. We have seen over the last few years 3 million of investment being made available to communities who have embraced doing things for themselves. We are currently in the final stages of the most recent round of the community vote, and the need for the community choices programme to be evaluated with a view on where next with participatory budgeting. All local authorities are signed up to enable communities to direct at least 1% of their budget and have a greater influence on how councils spend their money. Therefore, from the General Reserve, we will provide a further pot of £500,000 for community choices. No one wants to see their council tax rise. We've been in a fortunate position where Falkirk council tax level has remained below the Scottish average and maintaining our position as fifth lowest in mainland Scotland since 2011. That is no longer sustainable, as the reality of that being that other authorities being closer to the Scottish average have brought in millions more by way of revenue each year to support the services than we have. At a time when we need to maintain vital statutory services, it's not sustainable to continue to have a council tax below the Scottish average. Therefore, we're proposing to increase the council tax by 7%. This will enable us to work towards reaching the Scottish average and provide the much needed increase in revenue to support to deliver value services in our community. Those who already are in receipt of council tax benefit because of low income will continue to be protected from the council tax rise, with others who will now qualify for council tax reduction as they move into that bracket. Reserves and concessions need to be used wisely, as Ms Templeman has said. The change in the accounting rules to be extended to cover the PPP PFI contracts, while it's taken some time to get government agreement and to sort through the mechanisms of how that would operate, has come at a time that can help us through this difficult financial period. Without having this flexibility, the level of savings would have had to be far deeper and with much minor impact on our communities. Service concessions are, however, like a reserve and can only be used once, but are a welcome addition to the options we have before us. While the service concessions do not negate the savings we have to take, they will help us manage the gaps. If used appropriately, they can help smooth out the budget gaps over the next few years and buy time to identify savings proposals, develop different delivery models and areas where we can improve income generation and get us to a position of financial sustainability. And only once we get to that point will we be able to look at what else service concessions may be able to be used for in the form of investment. We therefore propose to use the application of the service concessions as set out in Appendix 1. However, it must be looked at whatever we use this year will immediately be added to next year's budget gap, making it imperative that we continue to identify savings that are of a significant level to reduce reliance going forward and ensuring that sustainability position. In turning to our general reserve, there has been an over-reliance on our general reserve to help plug budget gaps in the past. This has not been helpful in reducing the council overall spend, as it has been used to support recurring commitments, adding to that cumulative budget deficit. Reserves can be helpful if used appropriately and help to enable to have a positive impact in the budget as one-off investment. The administration therefore proposes to use up to 4 million of the general reserve for one-off investment, the areas where investment can support recurring savings in particular. For example, 460,000 to be provided for adaptations to foster carers that would enable the care of additional children and reduce the need for costly external placements, and including 250,000 towards the feasibility into more energy sustainable solutions. In addition, recognising the need to support the work of the Scottish Government, place-based investment and provide where we can as much needed boost for our local economies, 1 million of the reserves will be used to support the infrastructure improvements in our 5 town centres and also 2 pilots for the villages of Slamannan and Bonnybridge. A full list of the proposed use for the general reserve is available on page 31, with the exception of the use of reserves to reduce borrowing costs, as this was not seen to be a significant benefit at this time. Transformation and innovation will play a significant role in helping to deliver on savings to meet our future budget gaps. Council for the Future has already made a contribution to the savings, but will need to do more to help to redesign services and innovate to look at areas where we can generate additional income. Our workforce is the most valuable asset we have, of around 7,000 staff. They continue to work to provide high quality services. It's therefore important that they are integral in helping on that transformational journey, where they can deliver high quality service in a more cost effective way. Having our trade union colleagues involved at an early stage in helping to develop proposals and providing a workforce point of view will be invaluable. Therefore, I see continuing the investment of the additional facility time to enable that workforce to be at the table as critical in our transformational journey. However, with higher levels of savings that will require to be made over the next 4 years, it's inevitable that we will need to downsize as an organisation. Our aspiration would be to deliver any staff reduction by voluntary service and natural turnover. The redeployment it is anticipated that it will be able to achieve the savings in this coming year without any staff redundancies. In recognition that may not always be the case, there is a provision within the budget, one-off funding from reserves to assist with voluntary severance, and additional 500,000, and creating a fund of 50,000 for staff who wish to retain the support, I'll say that again, and a fund of 50,000 for staff who we wish to retain and support the redeployment into other roles. Our Integrated Joint Board and Health and Social Care Partnership continues to be at the forefront and centre along our IGB, and the Health and Social Care Partnership continues to be front and centre along with our NHS colleagues. Continuing pressures, particularly around workforce, are still continue to impact on them. This is mainly in relation to the ability to fill vacancies. After such a sustained period of time, our staff have become tired. As pressures within the sector continue, we will support where we can, and Falkirk Council has always provided more than we are mandated to do so by government, and will continue to meet our obligations while remaining financially pressured. with a passover of 91.4 million to the IGB. I'll leave my colleague Councillor Colley to say more about the IGB in due course. In conclusion, Provost, the best value report by our auditors was not good reading, but very accurate reflection of the Council. I hope that we have moved on, but we must ask ourselves, are we doing what's right, and are we meeting the obligations that we were elected to do, or is it just politicking to have a kick at the Scottish Government? A quote from the best value report: elected members and senior officers have not yet demonstrated the collective leadership required to drive the change necessary to deliver the Council's priorities. The Council has made insufficient progress on key aspects of best value, including improving financial sustainability, performance management and reporting, community empowerment and equalities. Significant delays in elected members taking some key decisions are impacting on the Council's pace of change. Elected members need to take difficult decisions quickly about the future shape of the services and show better shared leadership with officers to deliver the necessary change. We expect members to work together with officers to fulfil the Council's duty of best value. We are all having to make difficult decisions, none of which are taken lightly, and not because we want to, but because we need to in order to be able to continue to deliver for our communities, not just for today, but for the future. As a minority administration, we need to get a collective agreement in order to get the business of the Council done. Therefore, there's a need for a grown-up, responsible politics with a bit of pragmatism to enable the best outcome for our communities. As opposition for opposition's sake delivers nothing, and that is in part why we are having to make difficult decisions now. I move the administration's budget. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Michael John. Do you have a second there?
Thank you, Provost. First, Provost, I'd like to personally thank the Council Leader, Cecil Meikle-John, for the unbelievable amount of effort she has contributed to putting this budget together. Again, I'd also like to pass on my thanks and my group's thanks to the Chief Exec, Kenneth Laurie, all Directors, Heads of Services, Colin Moody and especially Amanda Templeman, Head of Finance, for their guidance and patience over the past few days and indeed months in helping us bringing forward a balanced budget, which we believe is the best for Falkirk under very challenging circumstances. As you've heard, the Council Leader has covered the revenue budget proposals and highlighted many of the salient points, but if I may, I want to concentrate on the proposed council tax rise and the reasoning behind it. Firstly, no one wants to put more financial pressures on our constituents, but we also want to try and protect services as much as possible, services that mean so much to our communities. Currently, Falkirk Council has the 5th lowest council tax in mainland Scotland. It's £72.40, below the Scottish average and even further behind most of our neighbours, £110 in relation to Stirling Council, who I often find we are benchmarked against. If this suggested rise of 7% is agreed by Council, it will still leave us in the bottom quartile of councils, as all other councils are raising theirs by similar percentages, but with a far smaller budget gap in some cases. Another reason behind our £63 million gap we face, as Cecil touched on, is the fact that previous councils have failed, unlike our neighbouring councils, to take difficult decisions. We cannot continue, it's just not sustainable. We simply cannot afford to provide services above other councils while our income is far lower. Given that statement, probably recommendation 9 is one which should get cross-party support from even the Labour Party and the mover of the motion, Provost Bissett. To even contemplate a programme of twinning signage at an eye-watering cost of just under £250,000 is absurd during these times, and I wholeheartedly agree with officers, given these financial implications, that this work is not included in the proposed budget. Provost, I hope that all elected members realise the dire straits this council finds itself in and puts party politics and Westminster campaigns aside and agree that this is the right thing to do, take responsibility, and they will join me in supporting these recommendations. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Harner, do you have an amendment?
I have no amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment?
Yes, we have Provost, and I know it's early in the proceedings, but I need 5 minutes with Mr. Moody, Mr. Benny, and Mrs. Templeman, if possible.
Okay, thank you. 5-10 minute recess?
5 minutes, 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
I just didn't want to bring some forward that's no competent.
Okay, 5-10 minute recess.
Don't quote us.
Mr. Perry, are you there?
Councillor Buchanan, were you looking for me?
I was just wondering what's happening, Brian, because it was about 5 minutes. Where are we now?
There's a recess for 15 minutes more just to look at there's a amendment which I've circulated by email to you.
Right, so
So,
15 minutes more.
15 minutes more, yeah. We'll keep you up to speed, okay?
Does everybody know that? Because I haven't had any notification for that.
Yeah, we do now. Apologies for not letting you know.
Okay, thank you. Did you hear that, Anne? 15 minutes.
Aye, when we've got it out, I didn't see the point of waiting any longer because they've put it out for us to see. So I didn't care what the problem is and all getting on with it, but hey ho.
Hey ho.
Has there clarification been sought for something?
No idea. Oh,
How are you on?
I'm just back for Dalguys. I've been away with the primary 7 cluster, bonus cluster. So I came back early for the meeting today. But I think I've maybe had 8 hours sleep within the last 2 nights.
Oh, that's not good for you.
Oh,
No good for you.
my juice will keep me going.
I'm sitting with a wee cuppa, so every so often you'll see me going offline because there's a need.
Aye. Well, I'll be the same. But I'm not. Mark, he's staying in to make sure I don't fall asleep. I says, go and stay just in case, because I ken what I'm like.
Well, hopefully it doesn't go on that long. I mean, it's we're looking at possibly 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, unless things drag on a bit. But
It usually
see.
goes the full day, the budget,
We'll see.
doesn't it, Billy?
Well, it just depends on what nonsense is going to be talked.
Yeah, yeah. You guys are more versed with this than me.
I remember my first budget meeting. I got to tell, oh, you'll be quick. Dinner where it'll be quick, in and out. It went on all day.
Well, the Labour's already stated they haven't got an amendment, and I don't know what the big hold up is with this.
I haven't a clue, Billy.
No.
There was no motions put forward, were there?
No, just an amendment.
Just an amendment.
Aye.
Oh, who's that?
There's Jim. Hi, Jim.
Hi, Jim.
Keeping okay, Jim?
Yeah, I'm good. Remember,
Good.
we're online. The streaming is still on, folks.
Exactly. That's why I'm not giving a wee song. I'm fine.
It's still getting taped, I've been told, so.
Okay, well, welcome back everyone. First of all, I'll go to Councillor Spears and ask if he has an amendment.
Thank you, Provost. I don't have an amendment, but I have a budget statement.
Okay, we'll come back to that. So, Councillor Kerr, you want to speak to it? Have you've got an amendment, I believe. Do you want to speak to that?
Yes, Provost. Provost, I'll do my statement as well, Provost, if that's all right. No? Okay. Conservative amendment as to add in 2.3 in the motion in reference to the regeneration fund, ask officers to prioritise the delivery of the report into the future of the Royal Hotel in Slomanan, with officers given options and recommendations on the future of the building. B, asking officers to provide a report and the new signs on Falkirk High Street that direct people to the Battle of Falkirk 1298 monument, understanding that 2023 is the 725th anniversary of this battle, and C, allocates 500,000 to fund works to allow 20-mile-an-hour zones to be introduced.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kerr. I'll now go to the administration and ask if they're willing to accept that amendment.
Happy to accept these amendments and incorporate in with our motion, Provost. I see them always being very relevant in relation to our council's priorities, and none of these areas have not been raised in the past.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meikle-John. I'll go to Councillor Gardner now and ask if he's in agreement as well as the seconder.
Thanks, Provost. Yes, I'm in agreement.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gardner. Okay, so now we have the motion as amended. We'll now go to the group leaders for they can make their statement, and we'll go to Councillor Hannah first.
Thank you, Provost. And I want to say, first of all, thank you to Amanda and to Kenneth and to all the staff for the work that they have put into the presentation of this budget. I know it has been a tortuous process trying to come up with the figures, trying to come up with the arrangements. We all know that the council is in a challenging financial position, and we understand that. We have, however, agonised over what our position should be on this budget. We have agonised because the difficulty we have is that throughout this 9-month period, there have been cuts after cuts. These are just the culmination of 9 months of cuts proposals. We can't support the administration's proposals, and we have not put forward an alternative budget. The choices we had were either to support the SNP's cuts proposals, to put forward our own alternative cuts proposals, or to put forward no alternative budget and to oppose this budget. These are difficult choices and painful, and I can assure you that we have had many agonised discussions about what is the right position for us to take forward. None of us put forward proposals during our campaigns in April and May for election. None of us put forward proposals for cuts and more cuts. Yet since we were elected, that is what has been coming forward. None of us said we would close facilities, raise rents, raise council tax, or raise fees and charges. Nobody likes taxes. Nobody wants to cut services. What we said when we campaigned was that we would do our best to protect and improve local services. We've been trying to do that for the last 9 months, and we're going to continue to try to do that. We're continuing to do that today. In the 1940s, Beveridge brought forward proposals to provide security from the cradle to the grave. Over the past 9 months, this administration has brought forward proposals to implement cuts in services from the cradle to the grave. Along with our communities, I have been astonished at some of the proposals that have been coming forward to close 133 council properties, reduce home to school transport, increase waste service charges, close swimming pools in schools. Almost every meeting that I have attended has had proposals for cuts, closures, increased charges, and other decisions that are to the detriment of the people of the Falkirk Council area. I understand the council is in a serious financial position. I understand the need for difficult decisions. I understand that the administration has to put forward a balanced budget. But we have to look at the reasons that the council has an eye-watering budget gap. The reason is that the Scottish Government has reduced funding to local government every year since 2007. The Scottish Government also froze council tax, prevented councils from raising council tax at a level that might have been acceptable to the public, slowly and gently. I don't envy the position that the administration is in. As a result of the underfunding by the Scottish Government, the administration has brought forward all these cuts proposals over the past 9 months. This budget today proposes further cuts and brings forward proposals to remortgage our schools in order to balance the books. If we supported this budget, we would be accepting the cuts that we have tried to resist over the last 9 months. We cannot, in all conscience, do that. If Labour put forward an alternative budget, we would be accepting the cuts that we have voted against in debate after debate. We cannot, in all conscience, do that. I might have a little more sympathy for the administration if the administration had been strong in challenging the Scottish Government, if it had been willing to stand up to the Holyrood Government and say enough is enough. But time and again, the administration, sadly with the support of the Conservatives, has brought forward and agreed cut after cut. We are grasping, the administration is grasping at the lifeline of the service concessions, as if these service concessions was a positive offer from the Scottish Government. There's nothing positive about remortgaging our schools to borrow enough money to enable the council to keep essential services running. COSLA, the body which represents the 32 Scottish councils, and 15 of those have SNP in the administration. COSLA, this is not a political point I'm making, it has been made by all the Scottish local councils. The estimate is that over £1 billion of funds that should have come to local government has gone towards national priorities. COSLA has said enough is enough. And that is what this Labour group is saying too. We are saying enough is enough. We will not go gentle into that good night, but we will rage against these cuts in services and facilities, against plucking out the heart of our communities. Falkirk Labour has not made up the figures showing that the cuts in funding are the result of Scottish Government cuts. The Audit Commission, which our officers and the administration have quoted extensively in relation to the Best Value report, it was the Audit Commission that said, and I'm going to give you a quote from the Audit Commission in a moment. The Audit Commission said that the funding to councils in Scotland fell in real terms by 4.2%. Between 2013 and 2020-21, minus 4.2% when inflation has been in double figures. minus 4.2% as energy prices for our communities and for our services have gone up and up. Minus 4.2% as we've been clawing our way out of the COVID hole that we were in. The Audit Commission said such a reduction in both funding and income would be challenging enough in ordinary times, but the impacts of COVID-19 have been both unequal and severely detrimental to many of our communities. It has hit hardest those already most disadvantaged. This convergence of circumstances has presented councils with complex and urgent challenges. As well as reducing funding for local government, because the Scottish Government has also ring-fenced and controlled the funding that it does give to local government to make it difficult for local government to tailor expenditure to local needs. Councils, again, as the Audit Commission has said, instead, councils are constrained to spend increasing amounts of total funding on specific policy areas determined by government. When I campaigned to get elected in May last year, I said I would do my best to do the best for our communities. The constraints are making that extremely difficult. So, the administration has tried to deflect the blame onto the Conservative UK government rather than the SNP Scottish government. But again, the facts speak for themselves. Block grant funding for the Scottish government is the highest since devolution began. It's around £41 billion a year for 2022 to 2025. This means that for every £100 per person the UK government spends in England on matters which are devolved to the Scottish government, the Scottish government get £126 per person for people in Scotland. Again, not my figures, government website. The UK government has not exactly covered itself in glory, so don't for a moment think that I am trying to suggest that Westminster has been supportive of local government. And in fact, some of the things that they did last year in the destruction of the economy have had profound impacts. However, they cannot be blamed for the lack of funding for local authorities in Scotland. So we think it's deplorable that councillors across Scotland are being forced to use service concessions, forced to remortgage schools in order to meet their budget gap. That said, we accept that it's being done by every single council across Scotland because they have no choice. The only choice they would have would be to make hundreds of staff redundant and reduce services. So instead of that, every local authority in Scotland is burdening our children with a debt they will be paying off for 40 years. When I was elected as a councillor for Lower Braes, I was enthusiastic. I was enthusiastic about building a better future for Falkirk. That takes forward planning and forward thinking, which has been in short supply on this council for the last 5 years. Falkirk Labour are concerned that we begin to develop a vision for the future. And in order to do that, we need a different political direction. We support the aims of the Falkirk Plan, working in partnership with communities, reducing poverty, improving mental health and well-being, reducing substance abuse, reducing gender-based violence, promoting economic recovery. These aims need to be tackled. If these aims are to be achieved, we need to survive over the next couple of years. And hopefully in 2026, Scotland can grasp the opportunity to change the administration in Holyrood to an administration that has a history of partnership working with a great deal more respect for local democracy and local decision making than the SNP has shown. We are opposed to this budget motion. We will not be voting for it. We are concerned that the people of Falkirk Council area need better. Enough is enough.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. And I would just like to concur with the previous speakers regarding the work that Amanda and her team, and she highlighted Danny's work, Danny Kearney's work, not just this year, but in the previous years, and his knowledge and his wisdom has been valuable in this budget process. Also to the directors who are proposing savings that, if they could, they wouldn't put them forward, but savings have to be made. And having listened to officers on many occasions regarding this budget process, and it's all been highlighted many times that the council faces challenges, and these challenges, it'd be easy to just reject the administration's budget and let it fail. But what does that say to the people of Falkirk? And there'll be people asking why we are going to support the budget. For one, we need to have a balanced budget. And there's only one group that's came forward with a budget. And whether you like it or not, if the budget fails, where do we go? Negotiate another budget. Where's the extra savings coming from? We've exhausted the savings that the officers are bringing forward. If an outside body comes in, if we reject this budget, an outside body comes in, they're not giving two hoots where the money's coming from. The things that we're trying to save and that we value, they'll just cut them. And we have no say in it. So that's why we had to think twice about the no supporting this. With regards to the council tax, for years, Falkirk Council, and I don't know if they're probably only Councillor Spears and maybe maybe Councillor Buchanan, where Falkirk as a local authority didn't need to raise their council tax because we had that many big companies that paid rates that we didn't need to raise the council tax. Then, as Councillor Hannah mentioned, we had the freeze on council tax. The residents of Falkirk appreciated that, but it didn't help us as a council because the gap that has increased now has hindered us to not make the cuts. All the easy decisions are gone. It's about making decisions that we've rejected in the past. And looking, and it's been mentioned by the two previous speakers, looking back at our best audit report, part of the report states that some of the reasons, not all of them, some of the reasons are that we are in this position, is that we have not taken difficult decisions in the past. As a group, as a Falkirk Conservative group, has listened to the auditors and taken on board their advice, and we've tried to work with other groups for the best of the residents of Falkirk. And this is not the end yet. There will be discussions that will need to be taken in the future that not everyone will agree with. However, these decisions will have to be taken. And with regards to so much talk about collaborative working and having a council that wants to work for the residents of Falkirk, this is an opportunity to do this. Our staff work really hard. However, they're firefighting at every opportunity as these savings have to be made. We need to support them in any way we can and listen to them on how we can make savings in each department, as these are the people that do the jobs day in, day out. It isn't an easy thing to come into politics and cut. But when you get dealt the hand that you've got, you try and do the best of what you've got. So that's why we, the Falkirk Conservatives, will be supporting this budget. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kerr. Now go to Councillor Spears.
Thank you, Provost. I would like to say before I start my statement, the statement for the non-aligned independent group, I like to think for all these years I've sat here as a member of the community rather than a member of the council speaking to the community. We're here to represent communities, not just in Grangemouth, which has my heart, but the whole of Falkirk. I'll start our budget statement by stating I will not be supporting the SNP administration's budget. My thanks to all officers from the Chief Executive and Service Directors, and in particular Mrs Templeman, Danny and their team. The Herculean efforts to pull together the budget report are recognised and commended by me personally. Thank you. I am sure the integrity of the proposals tabled are well intentioned. We have already introduced substantial elements of this budget proposal at previous council meetings. I think in particular of the SPR, Strategic Property Review, a document outlining the intentions to offload some 133 excess properties, either through community asset transfer, sale, demolition, or a mixture of all three. In my 34 odd years as a councillor, I have never stood for election looking to imposing extensive cuts and substantial increases to council taxes and rents. The constituents of the Grangemouth ward expect so much more, and I have no intention of ignoring the needs of the people of the ward. Whilst not in my ward, the intended of offloading closure of the Bowness Recreation Centre is a calamity and should be resisted outright. The wonderful community assets did not appear overnight and should not therefore be dismissed lightly. We ignore the hard work of a lot of genuine hard-working elected members over the last 40, 50 years by closing and doing away with all the things they have tried to bring to their district. And I know I'm getting a look, but that's reality. We are doing away with past generations' efforts. The introduction of a brown bin levy is extremely short-sighted and will only increase problems for our residents. What do you think they are going to do? Stop growing grass? Stop cutting down hedgerows monthly? How many visits do you want them to make to the recycling centres? How green is that? I have had numerous calls from many people who pay but get the bit grass that's run by the council or owned by the council cut in front of them. I myself cleared leaves in my street. My bin is overflowing. It's not got another month to go. We have now gave the people the opportunity to shout and shout out loudly. I will not be collecting or paying for leaves that fall from council properties onto my property. What are they going to do with them? You know, short-sighted doesn't even start. My inbox is full of negative comments regarding the proposal to cut the provision of school travel, and as such is rejected outright. Its impact on our schools is untenable. The council tax and council rent increases are inevitable. It's what I've done for the past 34 years. What isn't acceptable is the imposition of serious service cuts. Repeated SNP cuts to local authority funding must be challenged. We can't just accept this is what's happening. Any opposition worth its salt will challenge decisions that are made that affect adversely their communities. Trying to blame Westminster but failing to recognise the SNP's centralisation of control has to stop. The administration has taken the cop-out of cutting everything other than statutory requirement for services. Tell me how that we have cut everything other than our statutory duties. What's left? What else can we cut? We're already at the cliff edge. Where do we go from here? And as I previously mentioned, we keep charging the same section of society. Well, let me assure you, with mortgage increases, heat and energy increases, food increases, and now council tax increases, the seesaw has tipped. These people have been drained dry. But go ahead, let's see what happens. I'm sure they'll pull their belt in even tighter. I, along with my non-aligned independent group colleague, will not be supporting the budget proposals of the SNP administration. The budget will be pushed through by the Tory SNP, what do you call it, coalition partnership, which currently exists on the council. The Tories have supported virtually all the SNP administration's business to date. I don't expect that to change today. I think we've already heard from the Tory leader. The cuts to the SNP and their partners, the Tories, deserve highlighting to the electorate. I am happy to do that. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. We'll now open up for debate, 4 minutes each. We'll go first of all to Councillor Buchanan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Provost. I'll be very brief. I would just like to say that I totally concur with the last two speakers, Councillor Hannah and Councillor Spears. I think that they've given the position of our communities and the feedback that we've all received, and I will be supporting their position and will not be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Buchanan. We'll now go to Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. I will not be supporting the administration's budget today. I did not stand for election on a manifesto of extensive cuts to council services and substantial corresponding increases to council taxes and rents. Can I first of all recognise and thank the efforts of all officers, from Mr Laurie and all service directors, Mrs Templeman and her team. Your efforts in assembling the details contained within this report are to be commended, and I thank you. I've no issue with either the accuracy of proposals or figures presented here today. I do have major issues with the political narrative of the budget proposals. When I was elected councillor to represent the constituents of Dennybank Knock Ward, I had no intention of cutting services to the people of the ward. I do not support the imposition of a brown bin levy, which I view as a short-sighted proposal, which will increase rather than assist our drive towards a net green zero economy. I will not support the closure of 4 swimming pools to the detriment of the mental health and physical well-being of all residents. The proposal to reduce the provision of school travel is rejected outright. its impact on our children is unjustified, a view echoed by most of our constituents if my email inbox is anything to go by. The rises in both council tax and council rents, whilst inevitable, cannot be justified in a budget which will introduce draconian cuts to our constituents' perception of what a council does or should do. I would not support the withdrawal of support for school-based officers, a function whose benefit far outweighs any initial spend to save investment. Continued SNP cuts to local authority funding are meekly accepted without question by this administration. And I quote, "Realistically, if we're going to wait on the Scottish Government resolving our budget issues, then it would be trying to get blood out of a stone." Such is the view held by our council leader. The current SNP administration are once more in deflection mode, reflecting implied blame onto Westminster while failing to recognise the Scottish SNP government's persistent drive to centralisation and control. As a council, we are repeatedly hamstrung by the SNP government, whose insistence that teacher numbers are maintained would mean our share of £45.5 million of funding would be lost if we wished to do different. Just as the supposed council tax freeze funding was nothing more than centralisation of control away from local authorities. Raise your council tax, we will cut your funding. It's as simple as that. Charged with presenting a balanced budget, we are again presented with a Gordian knot of tax increases, funding cuts, service cuts, whilst having one hand tied behind our backs by a centralist government. I will not be supporting the budget proposals, along with my non-aligned colleague, of this SNP administration. I have no doubt that the budget will be pushed through by the Tory SNP coalition, as has 95 to 99% of this administration's business to date. The cuts of the SNP, supported by their coalition partners, the Tories, are not made in my name. Thank you very much, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. I don't know if Councillor Patterson had a light on before Councillor Bundy. I'm not very sure. Councillor Patterson, is that okay, Councillor Bundy? Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Bundy. At this time, when our communities need us most, we are stripping services in this cuts budget. As a direct result of council cuts, our young people have already lost or are at risk of losing our town hall, school pools, buses, community centres, sports centres, the ski slope, Grangemouth Stadium, and the latest proposal to cut Christmas decorations. Working in social care, I witnessed firsthand the impact of cuts to the most vulnerable children in society. While we discuss the importance of the promise and getting it right for every child, the reality is services are short-staffed and rely on the goodwill of remaining workers to pick up the slack. These issues will only be exacerbated with further cuts, and we are by no means alone in our struggle. Councils across Scotland, starved of funding, are being forced into relying on service concessions to plug budget gaps. Remortgaging our schools frees up desperately needed funds, but we cannot lose sight that our children will be paying these back until 2051. Brutal cuts to our communities, 15.3 million in service concession and 3.4 million in COVID reserves are being proposed to bridge the budget gap this year. In addition, the Teachers' Pay Award will likely be higher than the 3% that was budgeted for, and rightly so if we truly value our education system. We can only hope that the Scottish Government will help us cover this gap. We are in an unsustainable position. Enough is enough. Our legacy as a council will be leaving children in a worse position than we're already in, unless we make a stand and demand proper funding from the Scottish Government. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Patterson. We'll now go to Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. Society is a contract between those who are dead, those who are living, and those who are to be born. Those are the words of Edmund Burke, and that is my approach to politics. We can't make short-term decisions which are popular, which make things worse in the long term. Opposing a budget with no alternative is a populist move which makes things worse in the long term. If you reject this budget and provide no alternative, you get people who look at the balance sheets, who look at the spreadsheets and just cut to make a balance. They don't look at the interests of our community. There's only 5 Conservatives in this council. We can't dictate the direction of travel, but in the spirit of collaboration, in the spirit of working for the best interests of our community, we are happy to work with any groups to get the best for the communities, and sometimes that might be mitigating the worst parts of some proposals, and sometimes it can be taking positive steps. And we have put forward 3 amendments to this budget, 3 which I believe are going to be beneficial to the people of Falkirk. The one that I would like to focus on is the signs on Falkirk High Street to commemorate the Battle of Falkirk 1298. Councillor Spears was talking about building on past generations and building on our history, and that is something that we should be doing. Commemorating one of the most historic battles in Scotland's history, which happened on our doorsteps, is a way to regenerate our high street. It's not the solution, it's part of the solution, and this is going to support efforts alongside the new Falkirk Town Hall. You just cannot simply say, we understand the situation, and then abdicate your responsibility of providing a solution. We are elected to serve communities. You just can't complain and then not come up with a solution. As Councillor Kerr said, it would have been easy for myself and him and all the Conservatives to say that this is the fault of the Scottish Government, the SNP Government. And I agree with what Councillor Hannah said, that there has been spending cuts, which makes us have tough decisions to take. And we can campaign for more funding from the SNP Government. But we also have to deal with what's in front of us today. And today what is in front of us is coming up with a balanced budget which supports the people of Falkirk. As I've said already, but I think it's worth repeating, if we don't make a balanced budget, we're going to have auditors come in and just slash. That is the duty, because we have to, by law, have a balanced budget in place. So whilst this budget is not perfect, it is the best thing in front of us. And we have put forward some amendments to make it better. And that is what collaboration is. That is what the independent auditors and Audit Scotland suggested. It's what the officers have been saying from day one in this council. And that is why we are going to be supporting this budget today. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. Okay, Councillor Steenbank.
Thank you, Provost. In the spirit of future impacts on services, which has came up so far in this debate, and I assume there'll be other speakers contributing, I want to raise my group's concerns about service concessions in more detail after gathering as much information in briefings and from conversations with our officers over the last few months as possible. I want to first thank Amanda Templeman and her team for their tireless work to inform elected members on this complex financial mechanism and all the work they have done on the budget process. I acknowledge that this administration budget is not alone in utilising these, but this links to the broader problem that Councillor Hannah has already spoken about. What is being proposed is that we reprofile debt that was incurred under previously made important and, I imagine, difficult financial decisions that were made to build much of the Falkirk School estate, which I had the opportunity to enjoy the advantage of as a pupil at Larbert High School in their new building, and our communities will be asked to rely on much more, I imagine, in the next few years. This mechanism has a substantial risk, as it will not solve the problem of disinvestment in our local authority by the Scottish Government, but will push debt on those assets onto future councils and future generations to manage. As other members will note from 5.7.1 of the report on service concessions we had in front of us last week, they have been characterised as essential to utilise in order to set this budget. My question is, they're essential in lieu of what? The answer is financially sustainable investment from the Scottish Government and our local authorities and the crucial services that we provide. If we are setting out on the course of using these mechanisms to smooth over our drive towards a destination, we are duty-bound to the people of Falkirk who put us here to ask what that destination is and whether this is the right fuel to get us there. However, due to the Scottish Government's spending review, the answer to this has been predetermined on our behalf. Service concessions have become essential due to the institution who funds us refusing to reverse their course. The Cabinet Secretary of Finance, Kate Forbes' spending review has stated in bold letters that flat cash will be the possession of the SNP government over the course of this parliamentary term, leaving real terms cuts in our councils linked to inflation. Anything additional we received in the first year of this strategy was utilised simply to quieten down the effective noises the trade union movement and COSLA were finally translating into real pressure on the Scottish Government. The final settlement that local governments have received is nowhere near the over £1 billion that all 32 politically neutral council directors of finance stated was necessary for local government to simply stand still 2 months ago. If our participation in the national representative approach of COSLA is how we obtain real change in the local government settlement, the noises that we make over the course of the next year need to be 10 times louder and tens of millions of pounds more effective. While some will claim a victory in the minimal movement the Scottish Government have made away from Kate Forbes' spending review, as was reported to the Executive in January, the £2.5 million addition to our core budget referred to in that report is to the tune of only an additional roughly £15 a year per head of population in the Falkirk Council area. In the context when we have seen multiple millions stripped from the council services over the last 16 years, this is sadly far too little. The strategy of the spending review and the Scottish Government budget is another step towards utterly failing the people of Falkirk. By deprioritising the services that are relied on by our constituents, this looks like managed decline of our area and other communities across Scotland. The next First Minister, whoever they are, need to either radically reverse the course of cuts to local government or get out of the road and give our council and other councils the proper mechanisms to invest in our communities. Mechanisms that don't,
just 4 minutes, yeah,
just my last sentence, thank you, Provost. Mechanisms that don't bind the hands of our future generations to longer term debt or smaller horizons. Enough is enough. That is why I will be opposing the revenue budget today. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Steinbank. We'll now go to Councillor Flynn. No.
Sorry, Provost, I put my hand up by mistake. Thank you.
Okay, no problem at all. Councillor Ritchie.
Thanks, Provost. Firstly, I won't speak about the SPR. I know that's going to be on the 29th, so I will do as we were asked at the beginning. Now, what I will say, council tax 7%. I don't agree with that. I know we all know we've got issues. 7% is far too much asking people to pay on top. It isn't going to hurt the people that's got benefits, rent benefits, council tax benefits. The people that's going to hurt is people that's got mortgages, that are working 2 jobs, the man and the wife. Now, we all have surgeries, we all get people coming to see us, and I'm getting more and more people coming to see me that they can't pay this or that because energy costs, mortgages going up and whatever. 7% is too much. I know we've got to put it up, but I don't agree with the 7%. There's a couple of questions about the Conservative amendments as well. Are they being all costed out? Because when I've looked at the amendments, it doesn't seem to be any cost beside them. So how much is that going to be?
Thanks very much, Councillor Ritchie. We'll go to Ms Templeman for an answer on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. The first 2 elements of the amendment are requesting a report to be brought back, so that report would show what the financial implications are. The third one is the allocation of a set amount of funding. So at the moment, the budget report has a number of proposals for the use of reserves, which are, I think, on a table on page, sorry, I'm just trying to find the right page, 31. Thank you. The administration have proposed to spend just over £4 million of those reserves on the proposals that are listed, all of the proposals except for the one at the end. The Conservative amendment would add a further 500,000 onto that, so it would take it to 4.5 million. At the moment, the projected reserves figure is 13.6 million. So that would see us go down to reserves of around 9 million. So it would still be within the range, and it wouldn't be at the floor of the range.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Another thing I would like to speak about, we're talking about Oh, sorry, it's a lot of, I didn't think it's from my side. I think there's a lot of comeback for the talking.
A lot of feedback.
But the workforce, voluntary redundancies, it's fine getting voluntary redundancies, but I feel now the council's getting to a stage that we can't drop any more, especially to the workers that go out doing the jobs. There's the joiners. I don't think we've got enough joiners to do house calls. The cemeteries, they're getting hard. Got a lot of people complaining it's taking 3-4 weeks to get a funeral nowadays. The cemeteries are not up to scratch on what they normally are. And it's not the workers' fault this is happening. It's the cuts we are putting in place. We can't go any further down. We've got to try and get people back in place to actually help with this. So I'm not very for that. And it's just for the Conservatives again, saying that they're actually supporting the administration and going forward. Last year, if I'm correct, and the only reason I remember this, they abstained. And I only remember this because I abstained, because no other group put up, what do you call it, a budget. So what's different this year to last year? I just don't understand. 1 year you abstain because you don't agree, but this year we're getting told, oh, we're going with the SNP because they're the only one that's put a budget up. So what was the difference last year to this year? Thank you, Provost.
Okay, well, just well, there's 9 Labour that are against it, and probably 4 independents. That's 13, and there's 12 SNP. So if the Conservatives decide to abstain, the budget would fall. So it's maybe partly their thinking.
I know, I understand what you're saying, Provost, but I still feel last year all we're getting is, oh, we've got to do this because they're the only group that's put up a budget. None of the other groups put up a budget last year. That's the reason I abstained, and because I was against the SNP budget for what was in it. But I never went against because of that. I'm just thinking it's funny that the Conservatives are changing their mind this year when it was okay for them to do it last year.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Ritchie. We'll go to Councillor Devine.
Thanks, Provost. I don't really think it's your place to answer that. I think Councillor Ritchie was actually asking that towards the Conservatives. I don't think it's fair if you're answering that question. It wasn't directed at you, Provost. Thanks.
In my opinion, I thought I should. And the Provost was final, actually, so we'll
But it was directed at the Conservatives, not at Labour. Thanks.
So do you want the Conservatives to answer it, Councillor Ritchie?
If they can, yes. I know.
Okay, we'll park that then. Okay.
Provost.
Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Provost. I am actually going to thank you, Provost, because at the start of this meeting, you identified that the pools and the school travel were not to be decided today. Although listening to some of the contributions we've had today, you would think it was. So I do confirm that. Thanks to you, Provost, for confirming that. It's been interesting listening for those of us who were quite embarrassed last year by the Audit Scotland report, and I'm sure officers as well as councillors were. We all know that if we don't set a budget, then it's quite right that Audit Scotland will appoint auditors. The auditors will come in and they will look at numbers. They will not look at people. They will not look at services. They will not look at Falkirk. All they'll look at is a balance sheet, and they will just put a line through whatever numbers they need to do to make the budget balance. That is something which we cannot ever allow to happen. It is the worst of all possible circumstances at any given time. We had a history lesson earlier on. To be honest, there's a bit of history here anyway. There was talk about whether people are putting budgets forward. The Labour group, again, have not put a budget forward, to be clear. And you can actually maybe look back in 3 years when I think it was a cut and paste budget, which, because if I seem to remember, it was all, we will do this, we will do that, and it was basically the SNP budget. Last year, there wasn't from the main opposition group. And here again, we have nothing from the main opposition group. So we'll not support it. We'll not make a budget of ourselves. So you get to the point that what are you going to do? Because doing nothing is not an option. And the sooner people learn that, the better, that doing nothing is not an option. I mean, in Glasgow, I think the Labour group actually didn't attend the meeting. Maybe there's going to be banners or whatever today, and that'll be the contribution from the Labour group to this budget meeting. We've got to be, in what I saw, and nationally, the Conservatives and the SNP, we tend to be quite far apart. And I don't know if I can give you a compliment, James Kerr, that is, but that was a very mature presentation you put, and I understood what you were doing there. And if the roles were reversed, if the roles were reversed, I would hope that we would do the same thing and take that same kind of stance, is that we have got to make decisions. Not making a decision is not what we were represented to do. We were represented to take responsibility, to work together as a council and make decisions. I think there's been a demitting of responsibility today from the major opposition party, and I really want to stop there before I go any further, because I don't want to go into because you can talk about where the money comes, how inflation's infected. You can go on that, but really, I think it's time for what somebody once called to me is grown-up politics, and it was. I hope that will continue, and I hope that the whole council will buy into that as we move forward.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Bowser. Councillor Aitchison, I believe.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. My colleague, Councillor Patterson, spoke about younger people. I'm going to talk about older people for which this service now mostly affects, in the bereavement services. Now, we saw a rise in the cost of cremations and burials, roughly by about 5%. At this time, where there is a lot of income issues with families and things, I'm concerned that this increase will put people into funeral poverty. Now, I do appreciate there is some grants available for some families, but not everyone will qualify for grants. So to increase the cost of burials and cremations, I think it's just been a wee bit too far, especially as Councillor Ritchie touched on, and I know one of the major undertakers within the Falkirk Council area has spoken to myself, Councillor Ritchie, and at least one other member regarding the service of burials. They are gravely, no pun intended, but they are gravely concerned about the time it's taking for burials, sometimes 3 to 4 weeks. Now, my understanding is there is 2 workers employed to do the graves, prepare them for funerals and things throughout the whole Falkirk district. That to me is totally unacceptable. There was, I'm led to believe, 5 or 6, maybe possibly more, but people have left and have not been replaced. Now, we have asked officers regarding this before, and we've been told that they can't get anybody to fill the positions. But I would quite like to ask here when the positions were advertised and where they were advertised, and when they were advertised, how much interest did they have? So I could maybe get a wee answer to that for one of the offers at some point, please. Second point I would like to make, I was quite interested to hear the council leader mentioning there was £450,000 coming from reserves for adaptations for homes for foster families, which I think is an absolutely fantastic thing. But we heard last week that 250,000 was going to be cut from the housing revenue account for aids and adaptations in general. So I'm quite confused why last week there wasn't a service needed for that amount of money, and this week we're putting 450,000 in. So in total, is it only 200,000 that's going in? Or my second point, is there a better need of assessment in children's services than there is in adult social work services, and that's why perhaps the foster services are getting that money and able to do more adaptations than the older people? Thank you.
Provost, maybe one of the officers could maybe answer Mr Richardson's question there.
Mr Benny, would you like to tackle the one on the cemeteries?
Through you, Provost. We accept that there have been some recruitment issues within the bereavement services, but I'm pleased to update that 2 new employees have been recruited, so we can expect to see improvements on that front as well. There have also been some issues about operatives' ability to move machinery between cemeteries, but we're addressing this through a review of the job description, which again should make improvements on that front. With regard to the costs, even with the costs that are included in the proposal in front of elected members today, Falkirk Council would stay at the lower end of costs across Scotland. I think it's also important to make the point that a number of residents are eligible for the funeral support payment, which can provide expenses of up to £1,000 for clients who do not have a funeral plan. And the criteria for those to be successfully applying is that you live in Scotland and that you or your partner are getting certain benefits or tax credits, and that the person who died lived in the UK. I mean, there are other criteria, but those are the essential ones. So I think that there are mitigations in place to support those with low incomes, as well as the stated position of the council, which is to have low charges with regard to bereavement services. I hope that helps answer the question.
Thanks very much, Mr Benny. We'll go to Ms Templeman to tackle the other one on adaptations money.
Thank you, Provost. What I would say is that I think the 2 issues are quite distinct. The reference to aids and adaptations, which was in the housing revenue account, relates to the funding that was passed over to the IGB to support aids and adaptations that are the result of an assessment that's happened through the adult social care services. The reason that the proposed funding was reduced, it was reduced from 1.2 million to 950,000. And the reason for that has been that in recent years, the IGB has struggled to spend that amount of aids and adaptations. So effectively, there's been an over provision of funding for that area. Now, that's at a point in time, and we recognise that that could change. And so the report did recognise last week that that would be subject to regular review. But at this point in time, the IGB at the 31st of March are expected to still have around about £1 million in an aids and adaptations reserve, which is only for people who live in housing properties. I think it's important to know, though, that the housing and the IGB have been working to look at creative ways to spend the aids and adaptations funding that they have. And that resulted in the IGB agreeing to fund the Oakbank housing development, which is about accessible housing, ambulatory care, and they provided £1 million of funding out of their allocation to support that work. And I think that's a really good example of partnership working. So the recommendation in terms of foster carers is quite distinct to that decision that was taken last week. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Ms Templeman. Anything else, Councillor Richardson, or is that you? Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Patrick now.
Thank you, Provost. I'm a new councillor. It's my first budget. It's been a very steep learning curve over the last 7 or 8 months. I am not pleased in any way about the cuts and like the nature of the budget we're going to have to put forward. It greatly hurts me that we're in this position. It seems to me because tough decisions haven't been taken in the past, and I absolutely agree with many of the Labour comments that you were not getting the funding that we need from Holyrood. And much of the funding that we are getting, of course, has been ring-fenced, and we've got no choice where to spend it. But when I first took office, it was made clear to me that we do need to work together as councillors. I mean, we're representing our constituents, but we're here to work as councillors and put forward a budget that can work for this council. We have to put aside our party politics. If we want to eventually be listening to our constituents and saving our swimming pools, or looking at the home to school budget and all these other services, we have to take some tough decisions here. We can't just simply say, well, I'm not happy with it. If you can't put forward another proposal, then I, for one, I'm not prepared to risk Audit Scotland coming in and taking these decisions out of our hands. So no, I don't want to be making this decision. I resent the suggestion that we're in any form of collaboration, in a sense of, we're all making our own decisions here for what we think is the best, dealing with what we've got, which is a terribly, terribly limited pot. There are discussions to be had outside our council chamber about why we are put in this position. But to simply say, well, I'm not happy about it, but I can't suggest any other alternative, and I think that is not serving our constituents. We have to take tough decisions. They were elected for that. We're in a really, really difficult position, but this is only going to get worse if we don't grasp the nettle this year and deal with matters. So I don't like that I'm having to do this at the first budget that I'm involved in, but I'm afraid tough decisions have to be made. And we can only hope that that is the beginning of increasing the services and being able to make this a better council. The council people are asking me and saying to me, we need to improve things, we need to take things forward, but we can only do that if we can balance our budget and try and build upon that. So I'm afraid that's why, with great reluctance, I have to support this particular budget. I haven't got a better one. If anyone else has, I think they should be putting it forward today and not simply kicking it into long grass, or having the situation where we've got outsiders coming in and telling us. That's not acceptable to me or to our constituents, is my opinion. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Patrick. We'll now go to Councillor Nimmo, then Councillor Sinclair.
Thanks very much, Provost, and I'll try and keep within my 4-minute time limit. I'm sure I won't be anywhere near that. Can I just start off by saying that I've no intentions of being complicit in the SNP budget of cuts, because that's what it is. It's nothing but cuts. And it's enough is enough. That's already been used several times this morning. If I can just go back to the council leaders' comments at the very start, it's quite clear that the SNP take no responsibility for the 16 years of cuts to this council. She hasn't admitted to it. Instead, it took her, I reckon, about a minute or just over a minute to blame Westminster, the Ukraine war and Brexit for the cuts. No acceptance of responsibility by the SNP whatsoever. You have to remember as well, this is a political choice by the SNP Scottish Government to continually underfund councils, Falkirk being one of them. If I can just move on, we have the SNP to thank for a budget deficit of nearly £26 million. This is yet another year of SNP budget cuts, 16 years of cuts under the SNP government in total. The people of Falkirk deserve to have services fit for purpose, and under the SNP administration, we're seeing cuts to our waste services, a failing litter strategy, threats to our local facilities through the SPR, and in my own ward, Grangemouth High School pool is in threat of being closed, Grangemouth Sports Stadium is in threat of being closed, and Grangemouth Town Hall is under threat of being closed as well. There's other community facilities involved in this as well. It just beggars belief. Just on the issue of council tax, over the last 2 years, your council tax has increased by 11% now, 4% last year, and I can probably guess that you never saw any benefit from the 4% increase. I don't think you'll see any further benefit from this year's increase of 7%. If anybody has any comments to make, I'm quite happy to take phone calls or emails from people out there. Quite shortly under the SNP, you'll be getting asked to fill potholes in your roads, possibly teach your own kids to a certain degree, or care for elderly members of your family. Now, they're not just expecting you to do that, they'll put up your council tax yet again, so you're going to have to pay for the privilege of taking on these added things. And that's the future, unfortunately. But like I said, it's down to the Scottish Government to continually underfund local authorities, and as far as I'm concerned, it's just not acceptable. Just can I go back to the amendment that was provided by the Conservative group? Perhaps this would have been better headed up as an alternative budget, because in essence, when this was brought forward, that's exactly what it was. It wasn't until the SNP agreed to incorporate it into their budget proposals. But this is a shocking disgrace. That is an alternative budget provided by the Conservative group here in Falkirk Council, which amounts to 3 bullet points. Shocking, when we've got a financial deficit of nearly £26 million. Well, I think I've said enough, Provost. I'll leave it at that.
Thanks very much, Councillor Nimmo, and we'll go to Councillor Sinclair now.
Thanks, Provost. I'm going to keep this brief. I'm going to give 2 direct quotes from earlier on in this meeting. Clearly, the council remains in an unsustainable position, and secondly, the future remains exceptionally challenging. Both of those statements came directly from Mrs Templeman, who has worked tirelessly to put this budget together, along with her teams. And I extend my thanks to her and all of the officers involved in this process. Like some round this table, in fact, almost half of the elected members, I'm a new councillor. This process has been a very steep learning curve, and I'll be honest, I'm hoping to get to the end of this meeting with the hair on my head as it stands. However, what has been clear throughout this meeting, that we've heard about vision, we've heard about forward planning, we've heard a significant amount of a portion of blame. But what we haven't seen is an alternative to the position that we are currently in. We have a duty as elected members to be honest with the communities that we serve, and we are here primarily to get our house in order in the most realistic terms that we can. As a member of the public before May last year, the last 17 or so years have been paraphrased as effectively economic vandalism. Now, that's not just from me, that's from others that I've spoken to over the years. But what that speaks to is the frustration of our communities seeing Falkirk Council in the way that it has behaved for a significant period of time to make sure that we are running a sustainable organisation. That comes from making decisions and ensuring that services are available now and that services are sustainable for the future. We are in that position now primarily because that has not been the case for the longest time. And it's about time that it stopped. This administration, this SNP administration, is serious about getting Falkirk Council back on track. And that's precisely what we are setting out to do today with this budget and future budgets to come forward. If anyone in this room has an alternative idea as to where we can go with our own resources, £428 million of revenue, then they are free to come up with their own budget. But I will be supporting our budget and I will be going forward on that basis. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Sinclair. I don't see any other hands up, so I'll go to Councillor Meikle-John to sum up, please. Councillor Murtagh, sorry.
Sorry, Provost, and I apologise. I noted that you asked us to interject verbally if you had not managed to attract your attention. Like Councillor Sinclair, I'll also be supporting the administration budget, and I think that it's very important You know, and I would echo the words that Councillor Bowe said towards Councillor Kerr in terms of the responsible and you know, appropriate approach that's been taken. It's one thing to attack you know, the Conservatives for coming back up with 3 bullet points of as an alternative when there is no alternative at all from the Labour group, and I find that quite astonishing that that point is being made. As has been said by Councillor Sinclair, there are some very challenging things that were highlighted within the best value audit, and that we must make progress towards making difficult decisions. And well, I don't think there's anybody either online or in the room that relishes the prospect of making those decisions. It's clear that the alternative of not agreeing a balanced budget and living up to our legal obligations is far, far worse for our communities, and we all have to take a responsible approach to that. I do want to highlight, however, that the best value audit also gave a number of other recommendations and things that we have to make progress towards. And as the Equality and Human Rights champion for this council, I was disappointed that we've not made the progress towards the EPIA situation and improving our EPIA processes, and that's come out through the budget. And I know that everybody is committed to taking that forward and making further improvements, but I feel it would be remiss of me in that duty as Equality and Human Rights champion not to mention that I was disappointed in the way that the information has been provided. And that we do have a significant way to go on that, and I don't know whether Mr. Lawrie wants to make a comment about that. Obviously, I have raised these points in private regarding this, but I do think it is important that we give a public acknowledgement that we have more to go, and while we're committed to make progress on all the best value audit, that there was not sufficient information, and some of the information which has been provided it has been difficult to analyse in an appropriate manner, but we are where we are. It's important for our communities that we agree these balanced budgets, but it's also extremely important that we continue to make progress along that path and that we don't shy away from that. So I wanted to make that point before the end of the debate, and perhaps if Mr. Lawrie has a comment to make, he would be able to do so. But as I say, I've expressed my concerns regarding the progress that we've made and that we have to go further along that path for the benefit of all the members. I don't know if anybody else that's online is not hearing the meeting room at the moment. I'm not hearing anything.
I've lost sound as well, Laura.
Same here.
Someone going to text in?
I take it though. No one trying to, because I see they're went offline. Oh.
No.
I presume they're trying to reconnect, as I've sent a message to Brian.
Thanks, Laura.
Thanks, Laura.
There you go, actually finally managed to break the council. How about that?
Excuse me, a wee second.
I don't know if they're actually breaking for lunch, which because the system is down, which seems a bit strange, but
It could well be because it's 10 to 1 coming on, so.
yeah, but given that we're just about to go for the vote, you know.
Aye. Brian's not sent an email, is he?
No.
Nah.
I think the problem is that there's been a balloon sighted over the top of Falkirk.
Billy, if you have sorted a UFO to deliberately
Remember,
do
it's
this,
getting
you are in
recorded.
such trouble.
Remember, it's recording.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I'm getting a message to say the whole building's internet's down, so I don't know, or dropped as a phrase here. So whether that's not just us, I don't know. Just sit here waiting for something to happen.
My kittens are crying at the door because I closed the door thinking I was going to speak. So they're literally crying.
Oh. Oh dear.
Well, there's no Wi-Fi in the foundry.
Excuse me.
Well, I suppose they can't really send us a message if the Wi-Fi is down in the building, can they? Brian saying there there's no Wi-Fi, so.
I say aye, Lorna. I don't know if you've got word back yet. The system seems to be down.
Right, I knew there was something wrong, Jim, but I wasn't sure actually what was wrong because nobody had put it on the chat. Saying
Yeah.
that, I'm in a room on my own. I've only got 19% battery, but there's
Nope.
not a charge thing here. So I'll maybe
Well,
need to move.
well, I hope it lasts. I hope it doesn't
Yeah.
go on much longer.
Well, I
we're
think
giving-
I think I should have stayed at home. I think it would have been easier actually.
So just to say, guys, I've got a message that apparently they are still being live streamed, so folk can hear the conversation that we're having. So
Okay. Right. Thank you,
I
Laura.
think they're going to break for lunch, and as there's no Wi-Fi inbuilt, and also there's no adjournment screen on the thing. So yeah.
Okay, so we're just breaking for
So
lunch.
just put the cameras off, and go and spend time with the kittens. So there you go. You can say hi to them. Okay.
Okay. Right,
review.
so we just breaking for lunch
Yeah,
now?
break for lunch, and
Okay.
I'm sure that if they can fix it, they'll put an adjournment screen up.
Thank you.
Hello, hello everyone. Hello
Hi,
everyone.
Jackie.
Just before you go off, I've just heard from Michael McGuinness just now, so I'd put a call out to him to say that we were all still sitting here and we were wondering what was happening. So we're recessed until 1:30. So
1:30.
yeah, and hopefully we'll get the connection problems resolved, you know,
That's
between
fine,
now and
Jackie.
then.
Thank you.
Thanks very
No
much,
bother.
Jackie. That's
See you.
helpful. Thank
See you in a wee
Cheers.
while.
See you
Bye-bye.
soon. Thank you. Bye.
Is anybody out there? Hello?
Hi, Billy. This is still being live streamed, so the public can
Yeah.
still hear us. That's why we've all put our cameras and our mics off. It's adjourned till 1:30.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for
bother.
that.
Hi, for people online, I'm just double checking if you can hear me okay. Councillor Buchanan, can you hear? Oh, you're on mute, Billy.
Is it a 1:30 restart?
We're aiming for that, yeah. Sorry, we tried to get word to you, we couldn't get hold of everybody. The system is down here. It wasn't just the room; it's the entire building's Wi-Fi had gone down. So we're just, if you bear with us, we're just trying to reconnect.
Okay.
Thank you. Hi, Alf and Brian. Just double checking you can hear me okay?
Yeah, we'll just get the television going again.
Brilliant. Thank you. Well, just put you on. Can you put yourself on mute until we start?
Sure.
Thank you.
Brian. Or Jack.
Councillor Kelly?
Aye, well, no, nothing on the screen. It came up cancelled, we cancelled it, but there's no picture at all.
Right, I'll pop up.
Take your message. Okay, mate.
It's going up. In fact, Jack's on his way up. He'll be quicker.
Cheers. Cheers.
Sorry for the delay. We're just trying to connect one of the rooms in the Foundry up to the meeting and then we'll start. So we're just in the process of doing that. It shouldn't be too long.
Thank you, Brian.
Right, let's hope we can see people now.
Yeah, so it's just been the Wi-Fi at
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Good to go then. Thanks.
Well, welcome back everyone. We seem to have fixed all the technical difficulties. And if I could just remind members to try and keep down the background chatter a little bit, because it can be a bit disconcerting when members are speaking. We'll now go back to Councillor Murtagh. I think we got the gist of what you were saying, but is there anything else you want to add? It was around the EPIAs.
Thanks, Provost. And obviously, I have no idea when you lost connection, but as you say, hopefully you were getting the gist of what I was saying. Obviously, I was highlighting the difficulty with the provision of the EPIAs to members, and obviously, I know we've all had training on this subject, and that we understand our obligation as elected members is to, ensure that these processes are carried out properly, and that due diligence is paid to that. And that's the context of my remarks, to make sure that I am fulfilling my obligations as an elected member to make sure this issue is highlighted. I know we have made progress along that path, but I think that the issues where we are receiving reports 40 or 24 hours ahead of the consideration is not within the spirit of what we are expecting as elected members, and particularly in reports which are dated several years in advance and with directors' names on them who have left several years hence, is not really an acceptable situation. And I know there is a commitment to improve on it, but I think it is important that if we don't acknowledge it in public, then we are not making sufficient progress to make that commitment to highlight how it has to improve. So I apologise for breaking the internet, and I thank everybody for letting us know that we were still on live stream, and would ask council to note self-restraint and not acquiescing to the request of various peat and diesel tracks and renditions over the course of lunchtime. So perhaps in the spirit of hoping that we can be constructive in the comments and the reason I'm raising this, the Chief Executive could perhaps give a comment as to where we are with that and what has happened with the budget process on that. Thank you. I'm really hoping the same thing has not just happened again.
Yes, I've lost everyone as well. We're back.
Oh,
Thank
are
you.
you back?
Thank you. Thank you, Provost. My thanks to Councillor Murtagh for raising the point. When Councillor Murtagh began speaking before lunch, she did talk
Lost it again.
Away.
I think everyone's froze again. Oh, back again? Oh, back.
Oh, back.
So, Provost, I was observing that since the best value assurance report, we've had, I think, 2 reports to the executive which have been setting out progress on the various issues raised in the report, one of which, of course, was the qualities. And these reports have set out that in terms of our process and approach, there has been progress, but I would concur with Councillor Murtagh that it is not yet sufficient. There is still some way to go. We need to ensure that the appropriate processes are fully embedded right across the council, and indeed, as a senior team, been speaking to a number of colleagues just in the last few weeks, in part because of the challenges round about the budget process, to ensure that we make a decisive step in the right direction on this, and we're determined to do that. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Mr. Lorry. You want to come back, Councillor Murtaugh? Are you happy with that answer?
Well, I thank the Chief Executive for the answer, and I concur that we also have to make progress. I think it's really important that for our communities, the basis of our decision making and the legal obligations we have to consider the detail within EPIAs, we need that information in order to make the best decisions for the council as a whole and for our communities, and it's our duty to analyse and scrutinise that. So I think we all as members have to make a commitment to keep on top of this and progress that forward. And I'm pleased that it's acknowledged that it hasn't been where it should be, and that we have to keep the pressure up on that to make sure we don't go backwards. And I will pick that up with senior officers under the qualities guys in coming weeks. But I think it was important that the point was made today. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtaugh. We'll now go to Councillor Redmond.
Thanks, Provost. As you will be aware, the Labour Group is not supporting the SNP Conservative cuts budget. This is because we value the services that our community rely on. The reality is, no matter how many cuts we make, unless the Scottish Government starts funding councils properly, we will never reach a financially sustainable position. We've already had a decade of cuts. If we don't stand up now, then we'll have another decade of cuts. That's what Falkirk Labour are doing. The cuts we are facing today are the result of people of Falkirk are not an SNP priority. The power to save Falkirk Council lies at Holyrood. And by Falkirk Council, I mean your community centre, your gym, your pool, the bus that might take you to school. Falkirk Labour is telling the Scottish Government that enough is enough and it's time to start funding Falkirk Council properly. And we would urge people, please, for Falkirk's sake, even if you're not a Labour supporter, work with us in this one vital issue. Even if it's just sending an email to your local councillor and MSP, it'll make a difference. And believe me, you've got more power than you think. Make your voice heard. Thank you. Oh, wait, sorry, I've got questions. We've got page 22, 5.65, removal of safe base for a saving of £10,000. It's been, apparently there's a charity's taking over the provision. It could, but there's not much details on the charity. Who is this charity that's taken over?
Okay, thanks very much for that question, Councillor Redmond. Mr. Berry?
Through you, Provost, can I just get a couple of minutes just to dig out the information?
No.
Page 22, 5.6.5.
Can I ask Jackie MacArthur to come in, please?
Good idea. Jackie, are you there? Oh, there you are. Okay.
I am indeed. Hello,
Hello.
everyone. I'm afraid I don't have the name of the charity, but I do know the operator very well. Richard used to be involved in the Safe Base when it started, over 10 years ago. And then he went off to do other things and has started very recently operating in the town centre. So he already has very good relationships with the emergency services, including the police and the Scottish Ambulance Service, and he knows the town very well. So it's a very reputable charity, and in my opinion, and certainly the opinion of the emergency services, they're doing a very good job in Falkirk. So I hope that gives you some comfort about the provision, but if you like, I will try to find out the charity's name.
That would be good. I mean, I appreciate they're very reputable, but if we don't know their name,
Yeah,
we know they're really
I mean,
reputable.
it's Richard McClellan as the operator of the charity. The reason I don't know the name is because I think there was some, I don't think they've made their mind up exactly how they're going to be trading, but I will certainly get that information to you.
And then just on a quality impact assessment for this, on page 3, it only gave one example of how the safe base was used. It was boy took ecstasy, was supported in the safe base before being taken home, ambulance call out prevented. Myself and Councillor Steinbank, we went down to the safe base on Halloween, and I think there was about 7 people came in. There was a woman came in with a dislocated knee. There was another girl came in seeking safety. She'd been assaulted in the street. another woman had her drink spiked. It's quite shocking to see the effects of having your drink spiked. But it was really busy, and I was quite disappointed to see that. Oh, had a very low usage, which I kind of disagreed with that. I think it was a very important, and maybe only 7 people used it in a night, but for these 7 people, I think it was really, really important. And hopefully this charity that's taken over does just as good a job. But I think it's a very worthwhile investment to Safe Base. But thanks for that. And I'll just move on to that. In fact, I asked the question why there was only one example, so I can answer that.
What was that? Can you say it again, Councillor Redmond?
Why was there only one example of how the Safe Base was used? Why were not more examples given?
I'll happily amend that that document just to provide more examples. But I can say that over the course of the year, we have around 30 people using that provision. So it's unfortunate or fortunate that you were there at Halloween and it was a very busy night, but ordinarily it's not that busy. And most of these occurrences are picked up on the street. I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's a great service and it's a lovely to have service in Falkirk Town Centre, but this charity will be mitigating against the loss of that, our investment in that in the town centre. So I'm pretty sure they will do a very good job going forward.
Do you have another question?
Yeah, it was just in relation to, I think it was a council meeting a couple of months ago, but we'd asked the leader of the council if she would send a letter to the First Minister. Do we have confirmation if that happened or not? Is that maybe why she resigned?
Mr. Moody?
Yes, Provost, I can confirm that following the meeting of the executive which took that decision, letters did go to both the First Minister and the Prime Minister.
Thank you. And then just one, I've got 2 further questions. Today, obviously, we've had a lot of technical difficulties. Why have we still not got a room that's capable of holding full council meetings?
Mr. Moody.
A room has been identified for that in the Grangemouth Community Education Centre. Unfortunately, due to the work that needed to be done improving the Wi-Fi access within that facility, it wasn't able to be ready for today's meeting. We anticipate it will be ready for the next council meeting.
Thanks, Colin. And then just our last question is, obviously the Conservative amendment now has it's got signs for the Battle of Falkirk, and the SNP have accepted this amendment. We're very critical of the twinning signs, and I just want to make clear, Falkirk Labour weren't saying we should spend £250,000 on twinning signs. We just wanted to get a price for twinning signs and see maybe if we could get 1 or 2 or a couple about. We got prices ourselves, it was only £600 for the twinning signs, so I don't know how they got up to 13,000. But how is twinning signs not okay, but now signs for the Battle of Falkirk is now acceptable? Thank you.
That's it, deal with that in summing up for this.
Okay, thanks very much. So we'll now go to Councillor Colley.
Yes, thanks. I suppose I just want to say a few words. I mean, I think there's no doubt, and I think everybody in this room recognises this is the most difficult budget we've ever faced. I know that I've had many sleepless nights, and I can imagine Amanda has had even more of them trying to put it together. There is no easy decision, and that's the position we're in. Everyone will have an impact. I mean, quite frankly, it's hellish. But I think there is a point about us being mature and responsible about this. Certainly not sharing misinformation. And an example might be where we've agreed of certain buildings that are core services that are still being talked about as being as part of the SPR and up for closure. So I think we need to be mature about this, whether we agree or disagree. We're in the position we are. And I think, I would want to say that, I don't envy the Scottish Government either in terms of what is relatively a fixed budget. Yes, we can look at taxation, and I know that budget does look at that, but there's only a certain proportion that will help with. And some of the areas where we've talked about ring fencing are actually things that we agree with. For example, the pupil equity fund, early years support, things that are really helping children in Falkirk. So I think we need to be very clear on that, and some of the national priorities again are helping citizens in our area. The £25 a week child payment is a prime example. Child winter heating assistance, and the other a disability supports through Social Security Scotland. So I think we need to think carefully about how we talk about things, because we're all in difficult times. We're all in difficult times. As I always do, I want to take the opportunity, really from the bottom of my heart, to thank every member of staff and indeed volunteer of the Health and Social Care Partnership, and our partners in the voluntary, community and independent sectors. The pressures, well covered, including the workforce, as Councillor Meikle-John mentioned, are immense, and our committed staff are amazing. And I would agree that our staff goodwill is fundamental in delivering the services we need to do. They are the bedrock of our communities. And I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank Patricia for her outstanding leadership and the whole senior team working in such challenging times. But whilst I am, as you could probably well imagine, not happy about any differential in IGIB funding, I do recognise that this is perhaps the most challenging year in the council budget, with the biggest gap and the greatest savings required. Therefore, I am heartened by the agreement that this is for 1 year only, and will be revisited. And to be clear, we will revisit the needs of the IGIB collaboratively to ensure, as Councillor Meikle-John said, that we can meet demand and to allow the transfer of additional health services currently underway to bed in. I'd like to finish in recognising the work of Children's Services led by Sarah Lacey, our staff and staff across sectors, and our foster carers are immense, and it's great that we're managing to hopefully agreeing to include additional funding from reserves in terms of supporting that fostering services. From supporting disabled children to have full lives, to protecting and caring for looked after children and young people, and providing a place of safety and rebuilding lives for asylum seeking young people. Their commitment is immense in challenging times, and they are really helping changing lives and futures. That is an investment in young people in Falkirk, and I think it really cannot be ignored. There are challenges, but each and every one of us round this table and online really have to stand up to those challenges and really support our officers in trying to find the resolutions and the transformations to support individuals across our communities and our communities themselves. Throwing our hands up in the air and saying it's not fair is not going to work. We need to actually grasp the metal and move this budget forward and take forward what we need to do.
Thanks very much, Councillor Colley. We'll now go to Councillor Anslow.
Thank you, Provost. I've sat here, as I have on many council meetings, and listened intently. I don't normally say too much, but like my Labour colleagues, I cannot in all good consciousness agree to this proposed budget, having concluded that the SNP are not the Independence Party, but the No Independent Ideas Party, as most of their ideas are borrowed from other parties. As history shows, and it is written, Scottish Labour were the first party to promote the concept of Home Rule for Scotland back when they were first formed in the 1800s. However, the difference with Scottish Labour is, firstly, they delivered Home Rule for Scotland by bringing back our Parliament as part of devolution. Secondly, Scottish Labour learned quickly to grow up and move on and evolve, while a petulant SNP rebelled like discontented teenagers and left the party in 1926 to become the now SNP, and have been bleating the same old song ever since. And where has it got them? A party of mixed messages, a country in chaos, pushing other minor parties' agendas while hiding behind the classic excuse, the big boy did it, i.e. Westminster, COVID, Brexit, or whatever suits the position. Why are we in today's chaos? Because the SNP in Holyrood is now out of its depth and has continued to keep most of the Westminster money, starving councils and our constituents in order to follow their fairy tale dream of independence. This council is in a serious deficit. None of us on the Labour group understand that more. 63.7 million with 25.9 in the next budget year. And all the answer can be, we need to cut more services. When, for example, there's 47 million sat ring-fenced in the future budgets for a new civic arts centre. Really? While most of our communities have to choose between heating their homes and eating while they watch our services cut to the bone. Who asked our communities about closing down Town Hall or the cuts to their services? I'll tell you, no one, at least not in any real meaningful word of the consultation, but lip service surveys listened to with closed ears. The Future Council vision and mission has repeatedly states it supports the health and well-being of our communities equally. Yet this administration wants to close down our local community halls, our sports halls, our swimming pools. That supports our community's health. It wants to spend money on communities on green transport. I am speaking to the report. If you let me continue, I am speaking to the report.
Hold on a minute, Councillor Ansell. We can't discuss the swimming pools or the...
I'm not discussing it. I'm only giving an example, Provost.
Okay, carry on. We'll see where we go.
Go on, Provost.
Today, on the items which you said were not the subject of this report, and I just feel that now we are just getting a lot of repetition of the same thing, and it's really disappointing.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Ansell, carry on.
If I can, thank you. It wants to spend our community's money on green transport when we don't even have a proper current reasonable and reliable bus service or even a bus station. In summary, an out of control, chaotic party, a council admin supported by Falkirk Conservatives and in tandem and step with a Conservative Westminster government that continues to victimise the vulnerable in our communities, our children, our sick, the elderly, our disabled, and especially our ex-forces veterans. Where is the equality in that? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Ansell. Councillor Nimble's got his light on, but you've already spoken, Councillor Nimble.
Yep.
Is it a question?
Provost, it's actually a question that I have. I meant to ask it earlier on, but I forgot. If I could ask my question of officers. Amanda Templeton made mention of this during her contribution. It's in relation to recommendation 2.18. Now, she did state in her contribution that she didn't see any compulsory redundancies being needed. But if you read the bullet point at bullet point 8, it says voluntary methods as far as possible, which makes me think that somewhere down the line we're going to be contemplating compulsory redundancies. Perhaps it's maybe just the way it's been worded.
I'll bring Ms Algie in.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Councillor Nimmo. For this year's budget, as Amanda did say earlier, for 23-24, there are no compulsory redundancies, and all directors are confident that if the vacancy or the jobs haven't already been released to enable the savings, then they will be in a voluntary way. So there is no suggestion in terms of what's before members today of any compulsory redundancies.
Thanks, Provost.
Okay, thank you. I'll now go to Councillor Michael John to sum up.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, it's beggars belief what we've heard today, particularly from the Labour Party. They want to be the party of government, but not with responsibility. And I think that's absolutely abhorrent that they should do that. The only way that they're ever going to be electorally in any form of government is once they actually realise the only way is through independence. We've listened to this today of 9 months of cuts. The 9 months of cuts are only a reason because of the last 10+ years of inability to take difficult decisions, particularly by the previous Labour-led administration, leaving a hamstrung SNP minority administration in the last period. And I would remind Councillor Spears of the number of things that he spoke about today he was supportive of during as part of the SNP administration. So I presume now we do have Labour and the independent partners, but it's time they started to live in the real world and get realistic.
Come in with a 19-1.
Summing up, you can't do that, Councillor Spears. And they are not then doing the best that they can deliver for the people of Falkirk. Critical of the administration, but bring forward nothing to the table. It's just a case of an abdication of responsibility and cowardice, and just to seek to blame the Scottish Government about their own responsibilities here in Falkirk is absolutely just adding insult to the whole process. We've had a whole host of misinformation again, and it's something that has been brought up privately as well. I'm going to raise again about the debt that they're talking about with the schools. There is no greater debt in the process of paying back through the service concessions than we've had already. The same amount is paid back, just over the period is different. So again, it's misleading the public. It doesn't. I can't understand why, particularly the Labour group, would continually choose to do that, other than for the political sound bites. We talk about debt, though. PFI schools. If the Labour Party wants to talk about debt, the first and the worst deal. And that's a direct quote from Wendy Alexander. So, maybe we want to start and talk about the legacy that has left Falkirk Council. Audit Scotland, talking about the national position, but still not prepared to acknowledge and ignore what has been said directly in relation to Falkirk Council and the individual responsibilities here. And deflections from the Scottish Government, again, to Westminster, is only about deflecting their own responsibilities rather than getting on and doing the best for their communities here in Falkirk. And, the vision, what vision have the Labour Party brought forward? If we actually started to look at our manifestos, 90% is very, very similar. And that's what we should be getting on and delivering. But when you can't get that collaboration with people that are supposedly like-minded, then no wonder our communities are going to be hamstrung going forward. And this is exactly the same attitude that we've had for the last 5 years, being brought back to the table. Complain about Scottish Government not having more money for local councils. Of course we want more money for local councils, but you continually talk about the millions that they're hiding. Scottish Government's got a finite budget, and if you've got a fixed budget, there's only so much you can do. So come on, tell us where you want us to take the money from. Want us to take the money from the NHS? Come on, tell us how much. What else do you want us to take the money from when there's only a fixed budget available, rather than actually look to asking Westminster to fund Scotland properly. Going to just briefly turn to the council tax. Council tax increase is £1.74 per week. The cost of that income to us will significantly help to support services on an ongoing basis. Reserves can only be used once, service concessions can only be used once. We need to deliver services for the longer term. And you just have to look at what other Labour councils are doing. An example being our closest neighbour being Stirling, where they're proposing a 7% increase in council tax, and they already have a higher council tax income than we have.
Excuse me, Councillor Michael John. Councillor McCabe, Councillor Spears, I wonder if you could just...
I'll conclude by talking about the twinning signs and the significant difference between the twinning signs. Cost of twinning signs between 13 and 36,000 per sign, and a potential overall budget would be needed of around 238,000. The signs in relation to the Battle of Falkirk, we're talking a significant difference of around 20,000 to provide 2 signs to our historic sites. So there is a slight difference there, and again, that would certainly align with a lot of our tourist strategy, and indeed it's something that has been promoted by some of the local groups as well, having greater knowledge of the Battle of Falkirk and indeed the sites. I'm going to come back to just my final comments. Just, I praise the Conservative group for the engagement, because for all we have very polarised different politics, they have recognised the need to think about it in a local basis and not always keep it up at the high national position where we will always disagree, but to do the best for our communities. They have taken it on responsible politics with that bit of pragmatism to enable best outcomes for our communities. And again, as opposition for opposition's sake, it delivers nothing, and that's what we're seeing from the Labour group, and that's what we're seeing from the independent members. They don't want to be a constructive part of this council going forward, therefore they have to leave it to the grown-ups to get on with. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor McDonald. We'll now go to Councillor Spears for his 19-1, but no speech, but specifically what is it?
Yeah, but you said it wasn't allowed, and it is allowed.
Yeah,
so thank you.
It is allowed.
It's a question on.
That's Colin again.
I was called into question on how I vote. Previously, I voted upheld and went along like the Conservatives went along, and upheld an administration because that was good for Falkirk District. But now, and I'll give you 2 examples why that's not been carried out by this administration. We have now cut to the bone, and we can see the level of amputation they are prepared to go.
Councillor Spears, that's going to be a speech. So what
Then
is
they need
specific?
to answer
Councillor
the
Spears,
2 questions.
Councillor Spears, what is your question?
We previously asked the leader.
That's a speech.
Sorry, can I finish?
But,
we previously
asked
the leader for her report that she gave to COSLA for Falkirk Council. We heard today there was she sent a letter to the First Minister. None of us have seen that letter or heard back from them.
What's that got to do with your 19-1?
Speech.
Okay, thanks very much. Now, we'll now go to the vote. Thank you, Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Provost. And the motion before the council is moved by Councillor Meikle-John, seconded by Councillor Garner. It's to be found in Appendix 1 to the Revenue Budget Report. That motion is adjusted to incorporate the terms of the amendment that was proposed earlier by Councillor Kerr and which has been circulated. Provost, there isn't an amendment against this motion, but it is clear from the contributions made thus far that there is not general agreement among members of the council in relation to the motion, and accordingly Standing Order 20.11 is engaged, and that requires a vote by the members of the council for or against the motion as adjusted. Provost Bissett.
Against.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
For.
Councillor Aitchison.
Against.
Councillor Anslow.
Against.
Councillor Binney.
For.
Councillor Bowes.
For.
Councillor Buchanan.
Against.
Councillor Bundy.
For.
Councillor Colley.
For.
Councillor Deacon.
For.
Councillor Devine.
For.
Councillor Flynn.
For.
Councillor Forrest.
For.
Councillor Garner.
For.
Councillor Hannah.
Against.
Councillor Kelly.
Against.
Councillor Kerr.
For.
Councillor McCabe.
Against.
Councillor Meikle-John.
For.
Councillor Murtagh.
For.
Councillor Nimmo.
Against and for the people of Falkirk.
Councillor Patterson.
Against.
Councillor Patrick.
For.
Councillor Redmond.
Against.
Councillor Ritchie,
Abstain.
Councillor Robertson,
For.
Councillor Sinclair,
For.
Councillor Spears,
Against.
and Councillor Steinberg.
Against.
Provost, there are 16 votes for the motion. There are 12 votes against. There is 1 abstention and the motion is carried.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. Next item of business, agenda item 4, Capital Strategy 2023 to 4 to 27-28. The report is by Director of Transformation, Communities and Corporate Services, and it's pages 107 to 139 on your agenda, and I believe it's Mr. Kearney that will summarise the recommendations. Is that correct? Yes. That's fine.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Caroline McGill and our Capital and Treasury team for all their input into this and the next report on the capital budget, as well as colleagues across services. The capital strategy is a requirement of the Prudential Code and has been presented alongside the capital programme since the budget for 2019-20. It is an overarching document that links key planning documents, provides an overview of the capital and treasury management activities, and critically considers risks and the balance between infinite demands and priorities and finite resources. I won't go into the details of the strategy document appended to the report, but will highlight a few issues for members. The capital strategy is an evolving document, and future improvements are detailed within the document, including ensuring carbon budgeting is properly embedded in the process and developing a capital plan over the longer period than the 5 years. And members will be updated on the progress in due course. Given the restricted funding available, the capital bid process was simplified and shortened for 23-24, where only business critical projects were considered. The impact of this is noted in the following report on the capital programme. At page 131, there is an affordability gap with a number of key projects, including the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme, energy efficiency and asset maintenance. And on page 137, there are arrangements for the management of risk, and as members are fully aware of the difficult financial and economic climate, which has a direct impact on interest rates and inflation. So there's a lot of information in the capital strategy for members, setting out the links between various plans and strategies, ensuring plans are affordable, prudent and sustainable, and meet the Council's needs and priorities. Provost, if I can take you back to the recommendation, which invites Council to approve the strategy. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Kearney. We'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John. Do you have a motion?
No, no motion. Provost, just a few comments. Just to reaffirm our capital strategy is a mechanism with which we can ensure our investments are appropriately managed and have the resources to deliver on our capital programme. It's aligned to our priorities and ensures that any risks to the Council are managed and mitigated. And I thank all of the team in bringing forward this strategy. It's been a wee bit of a moving feast over the period, and it has not been easy for officers to be able to pull together consistent information in order to be able to present this to us. But I thank them for their time and their efforts in doing that and keeping us on the right track going forward, and that allows us to deliver on their investments. Thank you.
Cool, John. Councillor Harley, do you have an amendment at all?
No amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerr?
No amendment, Provost.
And Councillor Spears?
No amendment.
Okay, thank you. We'll now open it up for a discussion if there's any questions. Councillor McCabe.
Two observations, Provost. I don't intend to add to any of a debate or anything at all. Page 115, the paragraph there, or a statement, continued development of asset management planning to support decision making. I think that's quite important. It's been a failing up to this point. So the fact that we're now recognising that, I think, is well to the good. I'm pleased to see that. Following on from that, page 119 talks about capital bids. The development of the capital programme is overseen by the Strategic Asset Modernisation Board. The first question was, who are they? I have no idea who they are. I asked the question, then I find out when I go to the bottom of page 120, the SAMB meets monthly to keep the capital programme under continuous review. It's a strategic corporate group chaired by Police Services with representation from all services. Again, I'm quite delighted at that. What I would like to try and propose is that there is some interaction between elected members and SAMB. Again, because I was unaware of it. Now that I'm aware of it, I would like to know a wee bit more of its business and its findings. Thank you, Provost. That's all.
Okay, thanks very much. I don't see any other questions, so going back to the recommendation. The recommendation is Council is asked to approve the capital strategy. So can everybody agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Next item of business, agenda item 5, 5-year capital fund capital programme for 2023-24 to 2027-28. And the report is by the Director of Transformation, Communities and Corporate Services and the Director of Police Services. And I believe Mr Kearney will summarise the report and the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you again, Provost. The report sets out the draft General Fund Capital Investment Plan for the next 5 years. It does not include council housing, which was approved by members just the other week, or the significant economic development programmes such as the TIF, growth in Freeport, which have their own unique funding streams and will be reported separately. The report has 2 main sections covering the estimated resources and the proposed investment. Both of these sections are underpinned by the prudential indicators, which are used to show that the plans are affordable, prudent and sustainable. In terms of the resources at section 5.2 on page 145 of the report, these are estimated at almost 181 million over the 5-year period. The main elements include almost 52 million of capital grants and 114 million of borrowing, with the costs of the borrowing reflected in the projected general revenue budget and the MTFP. The resources available are finite, with the grants projected on a flat cash basis and the borrowing limited by the impact on the general fund, with increased borrowing creating additional unbudgeted revenue borrowing costs. Therefore, as noted at 5.1.13, if members wish to add new projects, it is recommended that this is done through substitution of existing projects. In terms of the proposed investment, this is detailed on pages 147 to 151 of the report. I will not go through this in detail, but significant investment, which is further detailed in Appendix 1 over the 5 years, includes 48 million on the replacement town hall, 23 million on school improvements, plus 5.5 million for the purchase of the Class 98 schools, 23 million on roads maintenance and street lighting, 16.5 million for specific road and path networks, including the Deer, Champagny Junction and the Falkirk to Denny cycle footpath, 10 million on vehicles, including electric vehicles, and 8 million for the Grangemouth flood protection scheme. I will also draw members' attention to a few specific paragraphs. On page 147, paragraph 5 to 5, there is 13.5 million allocated to the Council's Learning Estate bid, with the project still awaiting Scottish Government approval. If the bid is unsuccessful, members will be asked to consider further options. On page 149, paragraph 5.3.14, full funding for the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme has still to be resolved with the Scottish Government. On page 151, para 3.32, the reallocation of social work resources of 3.7 million for a care facility to priority projects, including the Champagny Junction, the Deer and ICT, which is detailed on pages 151 to 153. This proposal reflects the finite resources that are at the Council's disposal and the fact that the plans for this have been sitting in the capital programme, largely sitting idle for the last 10 years. And also, given the passage of time, the 3.7 million is now unlikely to be sufficient for such a facility. However, this will not prevent a revised proposal coming forward in future years for a care facility, and it is recommended that officers work closely with the Health and Social Care Partnership on the development of any new proposal in the future. And on pages 153 to 154 is noted, while there is no requirement for additional investment in 23-24, there is an 8 million shortfall going forward over the next 5 years for school ICT investment. This area will be kept under review, and officers will work to develop a more sustainable and affordable approach to ensure adequate IT provision going forward. As previously noted, a series of prudential indicators are noted at Appendix 2. And finally, Provost, the recommendations for approval are detailed at Section 2.
Thanks very much, Mr Kearney. I'll now go to Councillor Meiklejohn to see if you've got a motion.
Yes, Provost, I'll be moving the recommendations in the paper. Our capital plan has been under significant pressure. Again, much of that as a result of the global factors, none of which we are able to have a direct influence over. The availability of funding, goods and supplies, inflationary costs and workforce are all significantly impacting on our delivery of our capital programme. We've already carried out a review earlier in the year of the capital programme to ensure that it's realistic and deliverable over the next 5 years, and aligned our capital strategy with making sure that everything is affordable. Well, Mr Kearney has detailed the highlights over the next 5 years. I'll just take a minute or two to highlight what's intended for the coming year by way of investment. We have 4 million improvements on our roads network, 3 million to progress the Grangemouth flood protection scheme, 1.5 on Madison Primary School extension, 1.4 on general improvements around our school estate, and 1.5 million to begin the Denny Eastern access route construction. We also have 1.1 million pounds on cycling footpaths that are in Derry and Camlin, and as well as £1 million on new green council vehicles. £900,000 on energy efficiency and carbon footprint improvements across our council buildings, and £1 million to progress the Falkirk Town Hall project, and 850,000 on improvement street lighting for our communities, and £500,000 on changing places toilets for our residents, and up to 300,000 for new upgraded play parks. So that's not an insignificant investment across our council area. There's also a commitment made this time last year to road improvements at the Champney Junction, and the design work and permissions have been progressed. Following an unsuccessful joint bid for levelling up funding with West Lothian Council, capital programme finance has been adjusted to ensure that it's able to be fully funded through the plans being agreed. That has, however, meant that there has to be a realignment of the capital programme, as Danny's indicated, with the intermediate care facility, which had been in the budget for over a decade, being pushed back. However, currently there's not an agreed site or business case. There's an opportunity to review what the requirement is. There still, however, remains a commitment to fund whatever model comes forward. Overall, there'll be £500 million worth of capital funding, which includes housing spent in Falkirk District over the next 5 years, including the provision of the replacement town hall. We heard last week that that work is ongoing with regard to a site identification, and members will be provided with an update later this month. We also await the outcome of the bid from Scottish Government to the extension for Cairn Grange School, which we expect to hear very soon. Times may be tough, but there are still significant levels of investment taking place across the district, and we continue to chase external funds to help us deliver on our and our community's priorities. I move the recommendations as per the report, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meiklejohn. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost, and thanks to Karen, Danny, Amanda and Caroline for their assistance in putting this report together. Once again, the Council Leader Cecil has covered this report fully, and not wanting to just repeat what she has said, I'll pick up on a couple of items which I have great interest in. Firstly, in 5.4.2, there are 3 capital projects requiring reallocation of budgets. Unfortunately, West Lothian Council were not successful in the UK 11 Up Fund bid, which means we have to identify alternative funding for one of the Council's key road safety issues. This Council assured local members at the time that if this bid was not successful, we would identify alternative funding, and we have done that, and £2.7 million has been allocated towards Champney Junction improvements. I'm sure local members, Councillor Devine, Aitchison and Ritchie, will welcome this. Closer to my area, and a project I have worked on since the day I was elected, is the SNP manifesto commitment to address the overcapacity junction at Denny Cross. To say this has tested officers and my patience on countless occasions is an understatement. Through many meetings, uncountable emails, a CPO's process, and objection highs and lows, I can now see light at the end of the Denny Eastern Access Road. Delays out with our control have cost us dearly, pardon the pun, and funding of 700k is required to cover the shortfall and deliver the entire scheme. In 5.4.4 it states the current position. The single procurement stage is complete, contractors have expressed an interest and commercial tenders expected by the end of March. This will enable works, yes there have been a few false starts admittedly, to begin late spring. Provost, like some other projects, this has taken far too long to get to this stage, but if agreed by Council, this will improve the journeys of many road users, saving time, increase safety, reduce pollution of static vehicles and be welcomed by many. On behalf of the residents of Denny and Dunny-Pace who have suffered for far too long, I'd like to thank Malcolm Benny, Paul Kettrick, Alistair Dawson, David Maley and their teams for getting us to where we are currently and finally seeing this much needed piece of infrastructure through to completion. Happy to second the report, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Gardner. I'll go to Councillor Hannah to see if she's got an amendment.
No amendments.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kerr.
No amendment, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Spears.
No amendment, but my group has a series of questions, if that's okay.
Okay, so we'll go to the group leaders first if they want to make comment on the capital plan. So we'll go to Councillor Hannah first.
Reserve the right to come back. No comments at the moment.
Okay, Councillor Kerr.
A comment and a question, Provost. The Amanda gave us the rundown on the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme, why we've got money in place to complete what we need to complete, but it's going to be very hard to deliver that project with the money it's needed. We're talking £400 or £500 million, and we as a council need to deliver 20% of that, which is going to be very challenging. That's just my comment. My question is probably Malcolm regarding the new cremators. We just seem to be saying we're getting new cremators every year. We had cremators that was faulty and we challenged the company who brought it in. Are these just the same cremators that we're trying to replace, or these new ones?
Mr. Benny.
Through you, Provost. I wonder if we could bring in Douglas Gardner. I think he's on the call and he'll be able to answer the question.
Are you there, Mr. Gardner? Mr. Gardner, are you there?
Sorry, he must have dropped off the call. My understanding is that they're new cremators that we're purchasing to replace the ones that were purchased and sadly didn't perform to the standards that we required. And we've got £1 million in the budget for the coming financial year, and I'd expect the procurement process to take place to complete that.
Okay, and thanks for that, Mr. Benny. We'll bring Mr. Kettrick in as well.
Thank you, Provost. Just to reiterate what Malcolm said there, these are new cremators, and the procurement process members will maybe recollect was mentioned in the procurement bulletin for us to go out and award the tender to the specialist company to provide the cremators, and I'd be happy to provide an update as the project progresses.
Thanks very much, Mr. Kettrick. We'll now go. Is that okay, Councillor Spears? We'll go to Councillor Spears. Sorry, we'll go to Councillor Spears and then we'll go to Councillor McCarthy.
My question is regarding page 148 and 149 regarding Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme. And I'll maybe read it out for the viewers at home, who I know are many. The investment required to get the project to the outline design and scheme notification stages has been included in the draft programme. This investment of 5.558 million will take the total proposal spend on the project to 23.2, which is 80% funded by the Scottish Government. Now, if we move on to the next 5.314, the total cost of the project is expected to be 458 million to 685 million under the current funding arrangements. This would require funding from the Scottish Government of between 366 million and 548 million, and a council contribution between 92 million and 137 million. Falkirk Council cannot afford this level of contribution, and discussions are ongoing with the Scottish Government to develop a sustainable model for delivery and maintenance of the project. The project will be enabled to progress beyond the outline design scheme notification stages until these issues are resolved. This has a multitude of questions that arise from that statement. One, we've had 3 years of consultation and things have not moved on. Do we intend to sacrifice Grangemouth, Ineos, the whole industry there, which is vital, not just for the Scottish economy, but the UK economy? And I know I've had discussions with the Labour group leader regarding this, and she is concerned as well regarding what's happening with the flood prevention scheme. This doesn't just cover Grangemouth. I look to the Bowness and Blackness members. Think ahead. Look at the Airth members, Skinflats members. Look ahead. We need to move on this. I think it's a 3mm increase in the level of the Forth Estuary year on year. I was shown one of the other elected members photographs of the high spring tides in the Grange Burn, where it's almost lapping over the flood defences. You drive down Abbott's Road in Grangemouth and you can see all the trees tilting towards the burn. If one of them's uprooted, then our town is flooded. The high and increased water table because of the increased pressure, the building up the braes, and all our water that runs downhill for the whole district comes through Grangemouth. The problem is we need flood defences, and for to put it once again on the back burner, this is not going to alleviate any future problems, because this work's not going to happen overnight. This work needs a certain degree of urgency, and we don't see that urgency. 3 years of consultation from a council that does not have a good reputation on consultation needs to act, and it needs to get the Scottish Government once again to act on the behalf of the people on the low-lying areas, Grangemouth, Airth, Bowness and Blackness.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Spears. Mr Benny, would you like to make any comment on that?
Through you, Provost. The council's got two options if it wishes to progress the scheme. One is to fund it itself, and as a council we don't have £600 million to fund a flood prevention scheme. The second option is to work with the Scottish Government and develop a model that is sustainable. That's what we're doing. There is no delay. The project is progressing as outlined. The problem we're about to reach is when we get to the stage of, is there a sustainable funding model in place? And that currently is not agreed, but all we can do is work with the Scottish Government to release capital investment.
I'm sorry, that's not what it says on page 149. It says the project will be unable to progress beyond the outline design scheme. I mean, so your statement there is all what we already know. We've been consulting for 3 years. When do we move beyond the outline design scheme and try to act on this? This is questions I have asked the Finance on a few occasions now.
Okay, Ms Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Spears. I think I may have explained already that COSLA and the Scottish Government agreed to pause work on any flooding schemes that were uncommitted and hadn't started. That's the position that we're in at the moment. The reason for that is nationally there's affordability issues with the flooding schemes. A significant amount of work is getting done between COSLA and Scottish Government to review the flooding schemes that are there, to try and work on a solution to the affordability issues. But at this point in time, we only have permission to go to the scheme notification stage.
Okay, so are we reliant on our COSLA representative then fighting for this case and trying to forward it? We got no reply on the budget regarding the COSLA input, so I really hope for the citizens of the low-lying areas of the Forth Estuary within our district that we're fighting, our representatives fighting in COSLA to bring this forward so we can move it sooner rather than later. The water table will not stop rising waiting on the Scottish Government handling their pet projects before they handle the real important projects. I would just imagine that the oil company Ineos will be chapping on their door very soon.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. I'll just bring Mr. Kettrick in. I think he's maybe got something to say on this.
Yes, Provost, thank you. There is a number of parallel representations being made. There is the one mentioned by Amanda in terms of COSLA. We're also making representations through the Grangemouth Future Industries Board. There is also representations through the Green Freeport, which obviously has industry in EOS and Forth Ports there. There is a recognition that this is a nationally significant infrastructure project, both by industry partners and the Scottish Government. The big challenge is the affordability and developing a funding model that is fair and apportionate, that can deliver the project. It is huge. There is no recognition of it, but there is a recognition that it is vitally important for the future of not just the Grangemouth economy, the Falkirk economy, but also nationally. And there is a drive to get us beyond the notification stage in June, July. Senior officials from the Scottish Government are actually later this month visiting Grangemouth to see the extent of what's required.
Thanks very much, Mr. Kettrick.
Provost, just to confirm that certainly through COSLA leaders, I've raised it on several occasions, and it is recognised that 20% of 600 million is not affordable for this council, but it is now about having discussions with Scottish Government about how an affordable model could be identified. But as we know, public finances across the piece are extremely constrained, and therefore Scottish Government has financial constraints on being able to fund or commit to an extensive funding model. It's not about the priority, it's about being able to get that funding model together. But as Mr. Kettrick has said, there's discussions going on at the Grangemouth Future Industries Board and through the Greenport, and to whether or not there is potential for private sector involvement in helping to fund this, as they will benefit from it. So it's about getting a multi-agency or a tripartite arrangement that is going to actually work effectively to be able to deliver on this, which is the biggest, probably the biggest in the UK, in our mind the biggest in Scotland project, but it has been given an element of importance, but the time needs to be given to be able to work through how that funding model might work.
Thank you. Councillor Buchanan, you've been waiting patiently.
Oh, fine. Can you hear me okay, Provost?
No problem at all.
Fine, thank you. First of all, I would just like to agree with Councillor Garner on the issue about the Denny Eastern Access Road. Probably a number of councillors that are sitting here today will not really realise the implications that this road and the benefits that this road is going to have for not just for Denny Dunny Pace, but for the wider community and anybody travelling to the Stirling area or trying to go on the motorway. Just to give you a wee bit of background about this, because I think it's important. This all came about because of the fact is that the old Denny High School was being transferred and relocated. At that particular time, after numerous consultation periods and public meetings, the nine local councillors in the area all voted against them removing Denny High School from its original site down to where it stands at the moment, because everybody realised that this would only exacerbate a terrible problem at Denny Cross anyway, it went ahead. Now, in terms of the funding, and this is really important as well, when it came to the funding, when the developments off Glasgow Road had come up, it was stated quite clearly by officers that one of the main reasons for granting these applications was that it was going to be, and to say what they had stated, this was going to be the cash cow for the Den Eastern Access Road. But clearly over the years it showed that because of the timing of the house builders, that this wasn't going to be appropriate. And as Councillor Garner said, it's been a terrible situation down there. I'm really delighted at last that this is going to come to fruition. So that's that. The second point I would like to ask is that we've had a situation, well, I would call it a saga in Bonnybridge since 1966, when they closed the Bonnybridge railway station. Now, over the years, there's been a lot spoken about it. There have been petitions, you name it, it's happened. Now, I thought that it's not included in the general capital programme and for investing in Falkirk, and I think it's a major issue, not just for the people in Bonnybridge, because it's a bigger populace there now, but it takes in Denny and Banknock. So we've got an issue there where we've got 15,000 people that could utilise this, where people are going to Croy. And I would just like to know, Provost, whether it would be okay if an officer could maybe give me an update, because it seemed to have went away and we've had no information for a long period of time. And I'm just hoping that an officer at this stage, if through your good self, sir, could let somebody come in and tell us that this hadn't been brushed aside and forgotten about. Thank you, sir.
Thanks very much, Councillor Buchanan. Maybe go to Ms Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Buchanan. I don't have a lot of details on it, but a case for change, which is the sort of new terminology, which I think has moved on since previous reports to Council. A case for change was submitted by the Council to Transport Scotland in January 2022. We haven't had any update from Transport Scotland on that application. We did contact them in September 2022 to try and get an update. We haven't had any response to that either. So the Council has submitted the information. We're still waiting for feedback, and I can ask officers to contact Transport Scotland again to try and get a response.
Councillor Buchanan.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, it's a long period of time. I know that the other councillors for the area, they're the same as me. We want to see this happen. The people want to see it happen. And the fact is that everybody seems to want to see it happen. But I know that speaking to Mr. Collins, one of our tremendous officers who's been heavily involved in this, is that there's a frustration growing for this council that we are not getting the response back that we should be getting. There's a wonderful opportunity here, especially in climate change. There's a wonderful opportunity here, and I'm hoping that the officers will pursue this, because the community, the councillors and everybody else wants to see Bonnybridge railway station reopening. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buchanan. We'll now go to Councillor Steenbank.
Thank you, Provost. Just a couple of observations followed by questions in relation to the climate change portfolio, which I'm the shadow spokesman for my group. So it's back when the Waste Services Review was voted for back at the Executive in December. I note that the deposit return scheme was weighted amongst other factors in the report recommending the implementation of the review. It was anticipated in the report that its implementation would reduce the amount of waste the council handles, and that we should make adjustments to the service we provided, again for other reasons, but that was one that was weighted in that report. In that context, we're being told that our waste services could be subsequently recalibrated to recognise this lowered amount of waste. So last night, myself and a couple of other councillors attended a public meeting in Bainsford. Now, I'm going to go specifically into the points raised by those residents in relation to the volume of waste on our streets and in tenanted flat block communal areas, and the adequacy of our waste service coming up several times. And I do want to thank the officers. I know it may be Douglas Gardner answering this question as well. I'd like to thank him for his attendance at that meeting as well. I think showing how crucial this issue is to the people of Falkirk. I think waste is also furthermore important in maintaining the attractiveness of our town centre, especially as we're setting aside a lot of money in this capital programme for a new town hall. As part of the review, that is a crucial issue as well. Therefore, to my question...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but how's this related to the capital report?
It's related to, I'm just getting to my question now and asking if there's potentially going to be a capital demand on our waste service programme, but I'll just go through the multiple issues. Thank you, Provost. Therefore, to my question, if we anticipate the deposit return scheme is abandoned, will we need to reassess the capacity of our waste services infrastructure to meet demand if the scheme is abandoned? I'm not sure if that's for Mr. Benny or Mr. Gardner there.
You want to take that, Mr. Benny, and bring Mr. Gardner in as well? But,
yeah, I'm happy because I saw Douglas's reply on the email that we're not anticipating any additional capital costs at the moment in terms of the introduction of the scheme.
Steinback.
Thank you, greatly appreciated for that. So going to my second point, in the meeting of the executive on the 4th of October 2022, it was noted in the report that looking at the existing capital plan, it is also highly unlikely any review of existing commitments could identify funding of this level. As a result, it is not clear at this stage how the council can fund its net zero aspiration. Potentially, just to help with the going through the meeting, I'll just simply ask the question, has that position changed in the last 5 months, and could I potentially get an update from officers on whether they believe that position has changed in the last 5 months? Thank you.
Mr. Bailey.
Through you, Provost, that position has not changed. There's been no significant expansion of the capital plan to take account of the investment that would be required to meet that target.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Provost.
We'll now go to Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. I just have 2 or 3 questions, if that's okay. My first question relates to the Grangemouth flood protection scheme. And I have to say, I totally agree with what Councillor Spears has already said in relation to that. With an anticipated cost of 685 million for the project, and Falkirk Council's share being in the region of 137 million, I can see why that's an issue. And it would have to be revised significantly before Falkirk Council could even contemplate putting any money to this. Scottish Government need to take the lead in this respect. They're the ones that are sitting with all the money. This is a national priority, and it doesn't just involve Grangemouth, it's the whole of Falkirk, and has implications for the rest of the country as well. I would say that the cost of doing nothing really outweighs the cost of implementing this project. At the end of the day, if the INEOS plant in Grangemouth was to be flooded, we'd be pulling our fingers out to make sure that something was done about it. It would be a national issue. Scottish Government would have to do something about it. They need to prioritise the Grangemouth flood protection scheme. My question to officers is that do we have revised dates and timescales for meetings with the Scottish Government? How are we actually taking this forward? What is our position on this project currently?
Mr. Bailey.
Through you, Provost. So we are fortunate in that we have the Grangemouth Future Industries Board, which I think is evidence of the Scottish Government's commitment to this project, and that meets every 2 to 3 months with a range of senior officers from across the Scottish Government. I would fully expect as well that businesses like INEOS are in regular dialogue with the Scottish Government about how important this project is. And as Mr. Kettrick's already alluded to, there's the Green Freeport activity which is now taking place. There's no issue in terms of Falkirk Council liaising with the Scottish Government, but I think we all have to be realistic that the Scottish Government maybe only has about £600 million every 5 years to invest in capital infrastructure. So this is a serious project. I think everyone's minded to make it work, but it just will require a level of coordination and agreement and planning. And I don't sit here today be able to say anything more to you than I'm confident that we have the avenues and channels to do that discussion. but I think we all need to be realistic that this is a huge project. But as I've said before, it's on the radar of the Scottish Government in the most senior circles.
Right, thanks for that reply. It's all very well saying it's on the radar, but that doesn't help people in the meantime. I've been flooded myself in Grangemouth. I live across from the Grange burn. I've been flooded out. Council done nothing about it. There's been no plans put in place for any sort of immediate action to mitigate this. I've heard loads of talk about it, but nothing seems to be getting done about it. I'll leave that at the moment. My second point relates to Councillor Kerr's earlier statement regarding the cremators. Okay, we've got new cremators, but why did we order the previous ones if they weren't fit for purpose? And what are we doing about it?
Mr. Bailey.
Through you, Provost. I wonder if Douglas has any of the history about the cremators. Clearly that was from before my time. I think we need to appreciate as well that Douglas has only been appointed to that wider remit in the last 6 months as well. So, but I'm happy to pass over and see if he does have
Provost,
that.
if not, I maybe have a wee bit of history on it.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Gardner first, and then we'll go to Mr. Garner.
Hi, Provost. Probably Councillor Gallagher can probably give a little bit more detail on the history of the sites. What I can advise the group today is that the handover of the new cremators will take place toward the end of this year. There's a date, middle of November 23, and the existing cremators, the ones that haven't been working as they should do, will be removed or starting to be removed from the middle of June this year as well. And we're obviously still in legal pursuit with regards to the contractor who was responsible for providing those original cremators.
Okay, thanks for
that, Provost. That answers the question. I fully expected there to be some sort of legal action pending. Thanks.
Okay, so you happy with that? Okay, so we'll now go to Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Provost. Just a very brief question on agenda item 5.3.27. 2.8 million has been committed for the long-awaited gas works in Upper Braes. Obviously, this is a massive undertaking which relies on a number of external influences. These essential works have been delayed in the past due to rising costs. I'm just wondering if that 2.8 million includes a contingency to prevent any further delays for the residents of the Upper Braes.
Mr. Benny, is that you? Oh.
Provost, I see that Mr. Gillespie's on the call, and I wonder if you would be okay with him answering this one.
Okay, Mr. Gillespie. Never heard from you all day. Still can't hear you because you're on mute.
It's the quietest you've been.
No, still can't hear you.
That was worth 20 quid.
Is it something to do with your headphones, maybe?
They're plugged in.
Are they plugged in?
Yes, I am plugged in.
Can
you hear me now, Provost?
Loud and clear.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad I've provided some excitement for today for local members. The sum that's in within it is actually for the main pipeline, and that has already been agreed, and that's a formed contract with Scottish Gas Networks. And all going well, our colleagues in Place Services have a contract agreement with SGN, and we're hoping by the end of the financial year coming, we'll have the main gas line in. Subsequent to that, any part that is completed beforehand, we will be looking, certainly from a housing perspective, to be looking to put the gas systems in as soon as there is a section complete and fit for gas. Provost.
Thanks very much. Back to Councillor Patterson.
Sorry, just explain it to me in layman's terms. So in that budget, if, God forbid, prices rise or whatever happens in the meantime, is there room within the allocated funds that we're going to be able to capture that?
Yep. Mr. Gillespie.
Yes. Is that better?
That's exactly what I wanted to hear you say. Thank you, Mr. Gillespie.
And we'll now go to Councillor Richardson.
Thanks, Provost, and apologies for my phone going off. I was certain I'd turned it off, but obviously I hadn't.
That's all right.
So, yeah, just looking a bit of update on the Chamney Junction, which I'm more than delighted to see that that's been included. Is this going to be the same as the project that was outlined before, or has it been streamlined accordingly? Could somebody provide some update, please?
Mr. Bennett?
I wonder if I can bring in Mr. Kettrick or Mr. Gardner on that one.
Mr. Kettrick first.
Thank you, Provost. My understanding is that the scheme is very similar to the one before, but just reflecting current road standards.
So we're still going ahead with the Boroughmuir part of the junction, which is in West Lothian.
But no, my understanding is that we're concentrating on our part, but certainly I can get you a full update in terms of the scope of the project.
I'm not quite following what you're meaning on our part. If it's in West Lothian, it's in West Lothian. So the Chamney Junction, as I know, is where the restaurant is.
Yeah, well, I can certainly get you a plan of the area that's covered by the works that's currently in scope. I can certainly get you that.
Yeah, I think we all need a wee bit more clarity to actually find out what's going on. I'm sure Councillor Rich and Devine would appreciate that as well. And secondly, you know, I'm glad that these works are going ahead. I've got many emails from officers past and still some present that have just basically saying the junction was fine and it was driver error. There was a lot of accidents and fatalities there. So are basically Falkirk Council now admitting that there is an issue with the junction and it should be redesigned, and as opposed to the emails that we were getting, which were probably telling us not a full story. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Richardson. We'll bring in Councillor Ritchie now.
Thanks, Provost. Again, it's just about the Chamney Junction. I've noticed in the papers there's 72,000 for this year's budget, but for the next 2 years there's no any budget being brought forward until 26-27. Why is that?
Okay,
is it just us to keep?
Okay, who's going to take that? Yourself, Mr. Benny, or?
Yeah, I'm happy to take that. There's design work being undertaken, but we'll be able to draw down the funding once approved today, as and when the scheme develops it. So you know, this scheme is going to get developed as fast as we possibly can. We've heard that it's a priority from council. That's why I made it a priority for us to find the funding to make it happen. The officers have told me that the money that we've allocated in the report is enough to deliver the project. The project will be delivered. We'll get on and do it. So there's no issue with that. The money, as outlined in the capital plan, can be brought forward as we require as the project progresses.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So, sorry, Provost, just want to come back in.
Carry on.
So there's a 72,000 for this year. Can you guarantee the money will be there? Because I know you've got to talk to the landowners and that sort of thing, because I have been to another officer to speak about what's happening. But the money will be there. You can guarantee the money, Malcolm, will be there if it's needed for next year to take forward. And it won't be given to another ward like it was in September the 28th, given to the Deer and Denny, the money that was there for it.
Okay, Mr. Bennett.
Through you, Provost. I would just say back in September when we reviewed the capital plan, I did say that should the bid be unsuccessful, I would do a review with other officers of the capital plan to identify the funding for this project. So this is us delivering on that guarantee. The funding will not go elsewhere. It's a priority project, and that's why it's been built into this report in front of you. The money's not going anywhere else. My officers are set to work now as soon as you approve this report of getting this project delivered. I'm happy to update you as we go through the financial year on how that goes, but I'm confident if you can approve today's capital plan report, then we're good to go.
That's great, Malcolm. It would have been better if I just kept the money in September, because we would have been further forward with that instead of having to wait.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Ritchie. We'll now go to Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. I've got a number of questions. Page 146, paragraph 5.1.10. Actually found it quite amusing at last. We had some honesty from the SNP administration. I'll quote, following a decade of restriction of council tax increases. That says it all to me. Page 167, question for Mr. Benny. And before I do, Provost, if you'll indulge me, I'll just, it's a kind of personal thing. If you could pass on my deep respect and admiration to the workforce of the crematory service. My mother died last month and we had to use the crematorium. She died on the 18th of January. The cremation was on the 13th of February, quite a length of time. That's not a criticism at all. It's just an observation, just to let people know how it does impact families and whatever. But please, Mr. Benny, pass on my sincere thanks to the crematorium. They were absolutely fantastic. Again, a question for Mr. Benny. Page 167, if you have a look at it, there's a paragraph there. It says £300,000 cameras for vehicles. That's surely got to be a mistake. You can buy a camera for 20 quid nowadays, and even at 200 quid, you would be able to fit 1,500 vehicles. Now, I asked the question before we came in, and Douglas Garner came back with wonderfully promptly. He advises there's 140 vehicles. Can I ask why we've got something in the budget of £300,000?
Mr. Benny.
Through you, Provost. Officers will remember I brought a report previously last year regarding improving safety on our fleet, and we wanted rear and front cameras on all vehicles that didn't currently have them to protect residents, to improve safety, and the figure in front of you is the cost of undertaking that. I'm happy to get further detail if you'd like in terms of the procurement that we're going through, but that is the cost that I was informed by officers was required to deliver the project. Absolutely, 100%, Mr. Benny. That's £2,000 a vehicle, £1,000 for the front camera and £1,000 for the rear camera. It's just not acceptable. So, fine, we'll move on. Page 149, 5317. This is to do with the Denny to Falkirk path network. It states in here that the work is fully funded from grants. Can you advise if that's only for the design works? I think it's you, Mr. Benny. I don't know.
Try Mr. Benny. Okay, we'll see if Mr. McGuinness, are you about? He's not. Okay.
Happy if Mr. Benny comes back with that, Provost. My only observation is,
oh, there's Mr. Kettrick wanting to come in. Mr. Kettrick.
Sorry, Provost. My understanding is that the funding is available for the feasibility and design stage, and that that for to actually complete the work, we would need to bid for funding to construct the path. But I'm happy to raise that with colleagues, and I'm sure Malcolm and Michael McGuinness would be happy to do likewise with colleagues and get further information.
Thank you.
That's absolutely fine, Provost. Thanks to Mr. Kettrick there. The funding is approximately £5.88 million. I'll make the observation that's a lot of path for something that I don't feel is quite critical. I'll come back to that. Page 151, 5.3.32, an intermediate care facility proposal. I find this bitterly disappointing in light of what I've said previous regarding my mother. She lived in a sheltered accommodation. So it's quite close to my heart, things like this. An intermediate care facility proposal is bitterly disappointing. 3.7 million funding has been in the kitty for 10 years. We've had that money there for 10 years. Plans, a quote, plans for this investment have not been developed. That doesn't mean to say that the requirement for it has gone away. It is still required. Cutting this funding, I feel, is a disgrace. Page 152, 5.48. The purchase power of £3.727 million may have decreased, so why don't we prudentially borrow to fund the care facility? Page 153, 5410. The £3.7 million funding cut should be rejected, I feel. And I feel it's damning, because if you look at the paragraph following, 5.411, it's damning. Saying we will defund the project after 10 years, but are fully supportive of the development of intermediate care is embarrassing. And it's just not true. If we're saying, you know, that we've had it for 10 years and we're fully supportive of it, don't cut the funding. 5.412, the long-term £3.7 million funding, it may be insufficient, but zero funding is terminal to this project, and I reject the proposal. Paragraph, page 154, 4.18, it states there, members are advised, and I quote, they can substitute previous projects if they are not of a higher priority. What do you consider more important, a care facility or a cycle path? I know I personally would like. We can move to page 164, and it's to do with the Falkirk Town Hall. I thought we were attempting to build this by 24-25. And yet, if you look at the papers, page 164. Yeah, you'll see that the Falkirk Town Hall actually goes on until, what am I saying? 27, 28, thank you. Yeah, let's look it up. What I find bitterly disappointing, and this comes back to alleged consultation that we as a council make. If I go back to it's actually to do with the town hall statutory consultation in last month's full council meeting. On page 50, it states within the consultation document, the thing that we are giving to the members of public to answer a question on, it was anticipated that the town hall would remain operational until a new replacement facility was constructed, anticipated around 24-25. And yet here we are, a paper in front of us today recognising that we're probably talking 27-28. We need to be honest with people. We need to be honest with the people out there who we represent. We shouldn't be putting things like that in front of them. I'll now move to page 148, 5310.
Councillor McCabe, that's you just over the 4 minutes just now.
Apologies, Provost. I thought it was to allow me to ask some questions.
Oh, you can ask questions, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Question here, page 148, 5310. It's to do with Deer. Quote, Deer will reduce congestion at Denny Town Centre. It won't. Believe me, it won't. I'm quite prepared to take all members out to Denny and show them why that won't impact on Denny Cross at all. My question is, where are the private and affordable housing developments that Deer allegedly provides access to?
Mr. Benny?
Through you, Provost. I'll just pick up the questions as I've written them down. There is not a intermediate care facility proposal in front of us that requires funding. So the normal measure of what you do is you develop a project, you come before council and you ask for funding for that project. The funding's granted and you commence the project. there is no intermediate care facility project in front of us. So what we're actually looking to do here is to substitute that money to get on with other projects. And then once a business case is developed for an intermediate care facility, we can come back to council and get that decided upon. With regard to the Falkirk Town Hall, I think what we're doing here today really is saying how much are we going to spend in the next financial year. Then there's an outline scoping of money that will come in the future, but right now we don't have an agreed scheme. We're coming forward in the next couple of months, hopefully, with a proposal to purchase a site, and then we'll develop a scheme. And once we get the scheme developed, that will have an accurate timeline. So putting some money into the distance just means that we're not constantly having to, report a slippage or a non-spending of funds. It's actually a kind of sensible approach to planning out how we're going to spend on that project. I think it's important to make the point that, according to the answer that Mr. Kettrick gave, the cycle path funding is money that we're being given as part of a grant. It's not money that we can substitute away from a project that the government has given us to say, oh, we'll spend it on something else. So we can only go with the agreed, rules of the funding that was given to us. With regard to the housing aspects linked to DEAR, I'm afraid I don't have that detail. I'm not sure if Paul has that detail. Obviously, Paul's priority is the delivery of the road, but I'm happy to see if Paul's got any additional information on that question.
Okay, Mr. Kettrick.
Yeah, I wouldn't have the detail, Provost, on the specifics size, but clearly there is a large development there by Avant Homes, and there will be affordable housing associated with the road. But again, I would be happy to go off and contact colleagues and get a plan showing the specific areas for Councillor McCabe if needed. Provost.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. I accept what you're saying, Malcolm, about the kind of long-term projects and why we look to the future and whatever. My major concern, I suppose, really is that when we're putting things out to members of the public, I think it's been well worthwhile, by the way, you advising members here about how you set projects up, if you like. But it doesn't read like that to the general public. The general public sees something presented in front of them and asked to answer a question, and it states in there, we're hoping to have it in 23-24. When we then turn around and say it's going to be 27-28, it's very disappointing. That's all. You want to come back? Sorry, Provost.
Mr. Bear.
Through you, Provost. I want to check the point, but my sense of the consultation was more about when the original decision to clear the municipal building site was taken, the expectation was that a new Falkirk Town Hall would be built in 24-25, but obviously decisions taken by council meant that did not progress. And my recollection of the consultation is that was informing public of the kind of history of the project, but it wasn't a suggestion that as part of the more recent common good consultation, there was an aspiration that we would build and open a fully operational Falkirk Town Hall in 24-25, because we're about to go into 23-24, so we don't have a site. We haven't, got an agreed design. I think that would be a slightly ambitious idea of what was possible. So I'm happy to be corrected, and I'll go back and check the consultation information. But that was my understanding of it.
Thank you, Councillor McCabe.
I'm happy to totally accept Mr. Benny's position there, because just as you've highlighted there, Malcolm, I apologise. You are 100% correct there. Let me just read that out just so that everyone is under no misunderstanding here. One of the options still under consideration by the council for a new HQ included using...
Councillor McCabe, do you have another question?
Yeah, sorry, I promise. I was just wanting to clarify that Mr. Benny was 100% correct.
I think we've accepted that. So okay, next question, please.
Yeah. Page 152, 5.43 again, the funding of DEAR. How can it happen that we've identified a 33% shortfall in DEAR funding within less than 6 months?
Mr. Benny?
Through you, Provost. I wonder if I can bring in Mr. Kettrick just to provide some additional detail on that.
Mr. Kettrick?
Yeah, thank you, Provost. What we have seen in the construction industry in general over the past certainly year or 18 months are huge inflationary pressures across all aspects, including things such as aggregates, labour, and the availability of plant and machinery. And that is the reason that our pre-tender estimates have resulted in us requesting this additional funding to complete DEAR.
Thank you, Provost. I'm just about finished. I'm just bitterly disappointed that DEAR promised in the budget of 2018, the SNP budget will see Denny Eastern Access Road completed within 2 years, easing congestion for motorists.
My leaflet, aye, good. It's nice.
Councillor Garner's promise to the people of Denny. One kind of final question, I think, Provost, yeah. Page 147, 5.26. No contractors submitted proposals. Do we know why and what makes us think the situation has changed? This is to do with pavilions, sports pavilions.
Okay, Mr. Benny?
Through you, Provost, if I could invite Mr. Kettrick to come in on this particular one.
Okay, Mr. Kettrick.
Yes, thank you, Provost. There is huge demands on the temporary buildings and contractors at the time that we went to tender, and that initial tender did result in no submissions by any contractor. One did write to us and say that if we re-tendered again later, that they may consider submitting a tender, and I'm pleased to say that there is 3 interested contractors at the moment currently being considered.
Okay, thank you. Is that you, Councillor?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. We'll now go to Councillor Meikle. Do you want to see if you want to sum up?
I will just very briefly sum up. I'm a wee bit disappointed that folk can't see the positives in the spend that the council's making and the projects that are going forward. I think it's highly frustrating for our communities to see the constant negativity, and it's about time that the members in here started talking Falkirk up rather than talking it down. I'll just leave it at that, Provost.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Meikle. John, we'll have a motion. It's been seconded. We'll have no amendment. So can we agree the report? Thank you. Now, but before the next item is to we go into private session for that because it's pink papers, but we'll take a 10-minute comfort break just before that. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost. Can you hear me, Mr. Kettrick?